Crescent. Welcome. Sith Samurai. Welcome. Traded to the living. Welcome. Welcome everybody. Story to tell. This ain't your average. This right here. This ain't your regular tale of woe. DL, welcome. We're not over here talking about quitting. And then we're gonna start up on some clickbait. Carbon vibes. Welcome. One thing that people need to know here. Your average dude. I don't do average shit. I don't have an average life. This is put together before we even started on YouTube. I made this beat. All these beats here in the corner. See that list right there? All those beats. Before we even hit the button, before we put the Phantom on camera and went live, before we did anything here, we produced an entire album. And yeah, that was one of the beats. So, yeah, just like my preface here, coming through it, you know, we're not here to tug on the heartstrings. You know, I'm not here to talk about my financial troubles. We could have that conversation as far as the way that it relates to YouTube and everything. But this is a business decision. This is a conversation. And on the end of this, you'll understand completely why we're doing this live stream, if you don't already, those familiar with the channel. And as I knew, we'd already lost a subscriber over me talking this quitting shit. Good. Fuck them. They don't know what the steez is over here. So here's what the deal is. Like I said, we'll have the financial conversation on the end of this. But just to start out, we started this YouTube channel. And you guys already know, those familiar with the channel. We started it here. We didn't and still haven't talked about this book. See this book here? Yeah, I'm writing a book. For those who don't know, it's about my family's history here in America, dating back to 1634 and all the way to present time. There is a musical story along with it. I've been writing it for over a decade. All this was before we started on YouTube. This album right here, fun, completely produced on the Roland Phantom. Completely. That's why there's the picture of the Roland Phantom there, with some glow sticks out there, spelling fun on top of the... Yeah, I didn't even notice that, did you? Some did. It's a natural picture. I didn't graphic design any of that. My virus logo's on the bottom of it, but that's about it. But yeah, that piece you just heard, that's like the third to last song on the album. No aim. Welcome. So we already started here on YouTube, front loaded with projects to work on. The intention was to work our way around the Phantom. Our intention was to work ourselves around the Phantom, show you guys the cool stuff in it. But we already had produced this whole shit before our first Phantom Friday, before our first YouTube video. This world needs a hero. Welcome. So, we'll get to the book later. Let me just minimize this, because that's a whole live stream's worth of conversation to have. So in a little bit here, we're going to open up the Discord, but first, we only open up the Discord once a year, just about. Fun. PHUN. Victor Cyberpunk's music. Welcome. I had to get that all in before taking my drink, so I had to take a breath real quick. Now I have to explain myself and shit. So we were all ready to go. We were already ready to go. We're like, okay, we'll write this album. We already have the beats made. We'll do what we do. We'll do the audio engineering of it. You know, I mean, look at all these songs. Look at here. Looky here, looky here, looky here, looky here. There's 3 of these that combine together. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, yep. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. And y'all can read the numbers, but we got, so that would leave 26 with the doubles. And what we decided, I think, was 23. I think 23 was the final count, is what we got here on the on these ones. These are 18, and then one of them was wrapped into 3. So, yeah, about 20 tracks. Not bad, right? Well, as things go over here, hard lemonade, hard seltzer. Nah, it's motherfucking water. I don't drink. So, as things go, you know, I spent a lot of time here. Let's go back. I spent a lot of time here on YouTube before getting on. If you look at the original time that our channel started, it says 2014, because we were uploading our video game beats during that time in Phoenix and all, running the studio and everything from the house. We were doing the home studio thing. And, yeah, watching a lot of battle rap, making battle rap beats and stuff. It was just, you know, I wasn't taking YouTube serious at all then. And still, even familiarizing myself with the platform as a spectator here. learn some things. So I figured, okay, let's do it. We have a flagship synthesizer, the Roland Phantom. You know, not anymore. Fucking thing. Tactical MIDI. But this is what I mean about one studio album. When I poke my chest out and start throwing my ego out, you know, on the clips and saying, yo, we produced 5 albums, you know, when I say plus the studio album, that's the studio album. Wait, let me get. That's the studio album. The fun album. And when I say fun, Phun, from Phoenix, you know, we got the boy Rosie up here. You know, we've had some times, you know, since then as adults as well. You know, most of us have all kept in touch or whatever, you know, but what fun represents, it was the biggest party crew in Arizona. And it was just a group of friends, and we just started partying, got into a bigger group of friends, going to raves, doing all that. There's a whole storyline. You're talking like at least 100 people that each one individually I went through some significant shit with. You know what I mean? I could tell you stories and tell stories I shall. You know, that's the thing about having a microphone and making beats and songs and everything. This album is a complete representation of the Fun family. Autism musician. Welcome. Think his shirt is dope. Though I didn't know her, I did respect the impact she had. Salute to her. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and it's not lost on me. I don't really pick out my shirts, you know. Not that my mom addresses me or anything like that, but like I just grabbed something, and this is what I grabbed, and I was like, oh, how fitting for a stream like this. Shit. I didn't really know her much either. I knew her by proxy, and I spoke with her a few times during Pro Synth Network. And we had a bit of contentious exchange. I think it was about the MPC, not the Phantom, but it wasn't anything big or anything. Where do you guys hear the lyrics I put down to John Alchemy shit? Because I throw some mention at her. I said, Inky told me to get my jams in from beyond the grave, which is technically true. You know, since she's passed, you know, that's one of the big things, getting right into it, you know, that has kept us on this platform. You know, since she's passed away, we have been a real active participant in the hardware jams. So, like, we've been doing that for sure. And we've met a lot of people, and we've had a lot of significant moments, Inky Fest being one of them. You know, but I'm skipping ahead here. You know, take it back to the beginning. Take it back. What we're going to do is take it back to the beginning of time. And as you could see here, let me get the screen going over here. As you could, hold on, let me do it. As you could see here, my bad, y'all. Don't mess it up. The Observer of Thoughts. Welcome. I chatted with her as well, mostly about MPC-1. Yeah, it's crazy because I didn't even know she got down on the MPC like that. I didn't learn until after she passed that she was an MPC head. You know, that was one of the motivating factors in getting the MPC-1, because I wanted the form factor, and because we were planning on gifting that, and we'll get into that too. You know, still on the quest for young beans over here. But one thing at a time. And right now, let me get my phone charger. right now, we can't have this conversation without talking about the very beginning. And even though this isn't the very beginning, because a lot of our beginning videos have been removed, we removed them ourselves. I should say myself over here. I always refer to me as us and ours and all that. We's. You know, it's a community effort, guys. You know, but here we go. Second most viewed video over here, the Phantom Review. And that's because the Phantom Review had the entire workflow going. You know, I'm not going to go through and play all of our videos here. They're up for public. You could look at the oldest. You could look at the most popular over here and see what's what. We got a lot of members, and we're going to put a lot of members only content and turn a lot of this stuff into it too. I was kind of surprised over at this and you know, doing the long form content of the going through and exploring synthesizers, digital, you know, VSTs and stuff. I did not think you know, stuff like this Polymax synth, you know, 7.5 thousand views. But everything that we've done on the channel, this is just a kind of retrospective of what the hell has been and the type of content, just to kind of show you guys where we started and you know, comparison to where we're at now. But at the same time, there hasn't really been much change. We do what we do the way we've always done it and the way we always do it. And that's just, if I could plagiarize Kramer on Seinfeld here, you know, that's just how things go over here. When you do the music, when you make the stuff work and you're just going through, you're going through. But, you know, having all this, you go through the beginning of the live streams. Our first real live stream, we did the unboxing of the USB turntable that we had that I broke. I can't believe it. Yeah, I dropped it was the cartridge fell off the thing or whatever. So anyways, I was getting that for sampling. We had the MPC Live 2 during that time. This was our first like real big live stream though. 9.5 hours. It's on members only. I don't think I have it on. Yeah, it's all grainy. I'll spare you guys the audio or whatever and just keep it on here. And I don't have my premium activated anymore, so it might throw me an ad whether I have ads on this or not. Yeah, I went through 9.5 hours on the stream. Look at, be right back. I had to take breaks in between now and then, and this is look at this dipshit here. Here, I was talking most of the time, so I'll just talk while you look at my terrible camera that I didn't think it would be that bad because I was doing it with the cell phone, not realizing I forgot to connect to the Wi-Fi and doing it that way and doing it for as long as I did plugged in through the cell phone. I didn't really I thought it would pick up the audio a lot better. But yeah, that was the setup when we first got started here. And actually, that wasn't even when we first got started. That's when we started doing live streaming. Because before this, because this is in the back room over there, before that, we were up here where we are now. And we only had the Phantom and the desktop and all that stuff over there. Yeah, that's the old Live 2. My MPC is on sale. Ooh, hipster viral. Yeah, look how long my hair. Get a haircut, hippie. You know. Yeah, I still had the JBLs back then. Hey, I got the Virus Music banner still. I had the Pro Tools going because we were still messing up on Pro Tools or whatever because that was before we had our last issues and our final straw with Avid and what was going on. But this was a symbolic moment because we were just getting started with live streaming. It's not that I was trying to figure out what we were going to do for content for live streaming. It was just 10 years as a company. Viral Beats existed first as a company 10 years. before doing this live stream. So that was, what was it, 2012 we did Viral Beats. So this was 2022. So 10 years, so that would make it March or April. Oh, it should say over here, shouldn't it? Doesn't it say the month over here? April 1st. Yep, there it goes. That's what it said on the business license. April 1st. So April 1st, 2012 is when Viral Beats first came into existence. Long before YouTube, eh? Yo, I seem to have packed on the pounds. Yeah, you like that jacket, Since Samurai? I knew you would. I still have it. Yeah, I need to get some of those because I need to grease some palms over here at the courthouse and shit at City Hall and get some of these grants going for this business or whatever. But yeah, this was the beginning of it. The beginning of coming into the YouTube space. It was the Rollin' Phantom. It was having this book that I've been writing for more than a decade. It was having the Fun album completely produced. So, and then, with the 10-year anniversary, like, we had a lot of shit that we were working on over here. But then it became a thing. Here, let me, because it does this bullshit. And here we go, daily live stream. See, the twins did daily live stream. We did daily live streams. How many did we do? We did like, I think we got up to, okay, so we got up to 41. And then NAM happened. And we live streamed from NAM. Yeah, we did all kinds of shit, man. Let's see, we were preparing for NAM, talking about bullshit. Yeah, it was just an everyday thing, look at stream begins and blah, blah, blah. We used to do it up here. Look at that. Look at my stupid face. Look at just as stupid as it does now. We had a little bit difference going on. See, we had that pre-Sona shit going on over there. But not much different, Gotta go through this again. Okay, let me get to this other over here on this side, and then we'll just skip to NAM over here. Yeah, we did the jam. Here we go. NAM Jam live stream day 1. What do we do? Over here? Yeah, we were just hanging out that first day. We were getting things prepared. This was at NAM. This was in our hotel room and shit. Careful out there. Love you too. So yeah. That's Akira Gold over there who yeah. We found out through our journeys over here that we're cousins. Ain't that some shit? Some random dude we've been talking to, not so random, but let's go to the NAM Jam thing, symbolic. I skipped way too far. This is it. Yep, the 4-hour joint. Here we had Touchtone show up. Look at that, Young Beans over here, Ab McCree. We got Wag a Butt, Bam Vox, Champ Flexington, who did the majority of the guitar playing. Let me go over to switch views. Yeah, Touchtone and the homies. Look at Lil Tussin. Lil Tussin over here with his hair all fucked up. But yeah, we brought the Phantom. We brought the Phantom and a whole bunch of other shit. We brought the black box. We brought all our shit. And we packed up and we hit the road and we went to Anaheim. And we went to NAM and we did this jam. We plan on doing this somewhere else, and we just had to contain it. And I'm over here explaining away the Phantom because they were interested in it and going through it. Oh, hold on, let me get back up here because I know that it does that shit. So yeah. Amish are all cousins. Yeah, so I've learned a lot, not only about my family, but the families, in the United States, first coming into America. And yes, the Puritan Synth Samurai, That's our family's claim to fame is coming over here on the boat with Ann Hutchinson. You know, you already know the story. You were around for that. We'll get to that in a minute. But yeah, so Little Tussin had a great time. Look, you had the Theramini over here. You know, we did some jamming out throughout. Oh, Perk Dog, yeah, Perk was there. You know, we did some shit. Look at that. Oh, Bam Vox over there. This is one of the most talented individuals I've ever met musically. He's got such soul in his voice, and he, like, on top of that, like, he really plays too. Like, look at Akira getting down, Bam Vox getting down, Wagabutt on the Phantom. I think that's Beans over there in the corner. You know, just doing it up, live streaming at NAMM. You know, it's dope stuff throughout the whole. Some. You know, it's dope. That was just our room, but it was dope. It was a dope event. Here, let's Champ Flexington. Let me go to another one here, and then we'll get back to the story as it plays. And the where's the live from NAMM over here? Walking around NAMM. This is when we ran into Dr. Mix. Where see Dr. Mix at? Me and Akira over here. Yeah, there he goes. Yeah, this is what we caught live. And so it's funny because Claudio and myself had been talking for a minute. We've been talking for a minute online. Look at that stupid face. And he wasn't going to go to NAMM. And it was a last minute booking going to NAMM. So on the third day of NAMM, we came through. And this wasn't like winter NAMM. This was like summer. This was like the return going through it. You know what I mean? We'll get to the income part in a little bit here, DL. Sorry, I'm kind of burying the lead. I know you guys want to know that and everything like that, but this isn't there's a financial component to this story, but this is primarily a musical story, a business story, more of the what we've got going on. And this is all has to do with it, because you goddamn right, you know, while we were getting shit done and working on the album over here, you know, we had stuff going on, you know, with the people that we associated with. We organized this jam, and, you know, our friend Destructo, he helped a few people get there. And, you know, he really kicked in. And I was like, oh, Serwin Vegas. When's the last time you seen Serwin Vegas out there in the fucking pro audio world? What the hell are they doing at NAMM? I couldn't believe that shit that they were there. I was like, what? Really? Okay, let's go Serwin Vega. Those used to be the primary house speaker. You know, those are the things that you used to have right next to your TV and shit. Talk about some 15s or some 20s or some shit like that. Busting out some gangster rap or whatever was going on. Bumping some shit, you know. But yeah, we were actually specifically looking for Dr. Mix, because Dr. Mix, he went live at NAMM, and he went live right before this, and we got there a little bit later on that third day because everything that we did on that second day. Oh, by the way, I have COVID at this point. I don't know. My voice is all hoarse and shit. I did some singing live, which I never did during a live situation or whatever. But yeah, I was over here passing on my new COVID to everybody. I just I was vaccinated too, so like it could have been a lot worse, but like we really started feeling it on the way home, you know. But it was this day here that it really started feeling it. But the moment of the century, was the fact that we were live for how long is this? We were already an hour and a half into it, right? And we were looking for Dr. Mix. Paging Dr. Mix. We're not getting off this live stream until we find Dr. Mix. you know, because we knew he was there. We knew he was on the floor because he was like, he went live and he was like, come find me and jam with me, you know, and I was like, all right, well, let's find Dr. Mix because it's on the third day and we still haven't seen him. And here's where I spot him right here, setting up the moment. Yo, check this out.
Viral beat. What is up, man? Hey, I'm live right now. Hi. Hello. Dr. Mix in the house. Welcome to Dr. Mix. Sparto says, hi. I say, yo, too bad you can't go to NAMM this year. And he was packing up his stuff. He said, I'm getting ready to go to California with all this. I said,
he made the announcement.
You're going to NAMM?
Right before the day before.
I was a liar! Yeah, hey, I missed you. By this much, you were with my boy Wagabutt. Oh, man, hey.
Such a moment. Such a fucking moment.
Dr. Mix. Dr. Mix. My journey at NAMM is complete.
So dope. So dope. Look at me breathing my COVID into his face. Poor guy. I hope he didn't get sick after that and blame it on me. It's my fault, Claudio. So this is the thing. He was just setting up at the Mellotron, right? And I had my GoPro with me. So he was setting up his GoPro. He was getting things set to do his content, right? And through this content over here, you know, I threw it on, right? Man, this was such a moment. Such a fucking moment. We like, both of us, it was like, it was such a mutual thing because, like, we were really excited for each other online and just talking to each other online all throughout. And when I found out he already knew that I was going to NAMM, and I was like, oh, man, too bad you can't go to NAMM or whatever. But see, we did a live recap. Let's go to the video section. So I want to show you guys this real quick because these are the moments that matter. These are the moments that make all the difference here. And even though the algorithm here buries NAMM content, where the hell's my damn thing? See, we do so much shit on this channel. Like, oh my God. It was before this, wasn't it? I have it on oldest. You guys see a NAMM recap anywhere? I don't see. I see the road trip. NAMM recap. Bam. Bam NAMM. Let's see. Here we go. Look at my stupid face. When did I post this? When did I post this up? This was June 14th, 2022. Looks way better than the live stream did.
It's like summer, isn't it?
I should send this footage, but
with all the legendary performances.
yeah, so this is what I was talking about, the DJs or whatever, because the DJ is the producer. Boom with your ass from the motherfucking giddy up. Yo, it was dope. It's got some Qbert. Yeah, it was dope. It was dope. I mean, it was mostly DJs. Little Tussin over here getting down to some rhythm. Look at that. Little Tussin. Little Tussin had a blast. He had a blast, for sure. Don't quit YouTube. Aquaman. Welcome. Well, here's the thing about it. Getting back to the conversation. I mean, we've done a lot of shit on here. I mean, look at this Namri, 120 views. All that work, traveling across state lines with all of our equipment, including the Roland Phantom. Get all this content. I got better views than Claudio did on his video. You know, all that. And because the age of our channel, where we were at in the algorithm, here, let me add a like to my own shit. Now it's got 14 likes, guys. Twin Cities Oxygen. Welcome. Yeah, this was beforehand. This was their Airbnb that we packed up all the shit from the hotel and went over there, loaded it all up, and did some shit. The night before the jam. That was before NAM started. The night before NAM. That's what we did. Okay. Fuck out of here, goofy face. You know, I didn't understand my lighting then. You know, it's kind of a shame, but you know, if you look at the content over here, you know, we've kind of veered off course, but not really. It's not anything out of the normal of what we do. You know, the reason why we go through these things over here is because we go through these things over here. The whole point of this channel is to point the cameras at the cool stuff that we're doing and show you guys. People are interested in it. They tune in. Those who don't won't. It's just that simple. It's been that basic. But as things go down the line, it becomes a source of contention because you learn about the suppression algorithms that we talked about before. But yeah, through this one, actually, it was Malevolence. And then, you know, our first affiliate link here was with Venus Theory. And look at that was the picture that we took together. I didn't take many pictures. I don't do the picture thing, even with other people. But you know, we met over there at NAM as well, and just crazy stuff over here. Keep creating. People will come. Yeah. And it's not about that. We'll get to the nitty gritty in a bit. Once you build the work ethic to produce videos on a regular basis, why give up a monthly source of revenue? If it's not worth the work, I get it. But if it's worth it, why stop? Hit the nail on the head. Is it worth the work? Well, okay, so here's the deal. Here's the deal with everything. You know, we were doing daily live streams. What we were doing is we were kind of getting our feel for the Phantom and producing for the other album that we were working on, because we were working on this other album. You know, before the Hip Hop Undead album, you know, and it was kind of an album to introduce viral beats, you know. It's kind of one of those things. Look at all our setups over here. Look at daily live streams. Look at, we still did them. We went right back to the daily live stream, 46. We've got all the way to 80, I think, something. Yeah, look at all this. All the stuff that we've done over here in the live streams, these moments. But look at making the albums. We were working on the Fun album. We were working on the Viral Beats project. But something happened along the road here, and that's the Monday meditations, the Phantom Fridays. Here, we'll go to the website over here. You know, everything that is now available now at all Wallbogs. No, yeah. The 5 albums that we produced, because we were doing Monday meditation every Monday. So before you know it, we have at least 10 meditation pieces to go through. And sure, why not? There's nothing wrong with it, you know. Cool. The Phantom Fridays, we had 30 Phantom Fridays. So we had to throw down, so we had to mix down and master all of these. The Night Lights, that was mostly our like techno-y stuff, you know. And then the Mr. Tusson's Wild Ride, every time we would make a beat. Every time there was a new synthesizer that came out, we made a beat, first beat. You know, we did that shit. You know, so all those, like the Curtis King thing when we did the harmonica thing and sampled Curtis King. Oh, I think I don't have that. Let's see, because it should be in the oldest. It was like a harmonica battle. Oh, don't tell me I took it down, because there's a lot of stuff that we've taken down over here. And I think that was one of them. Jesus Christ, we've done a lot of... I mean, look at all the 758 videos between live streams and non-live streams. Content and shorts. Did a whole bunch. See, it was after this. Because this is kind of when things changed over here. The Waves Gate. We were around for the Waves Gate. All that shit. So yeah, we were just getting along with the Phantom and doing other things. We went to Montana, and we had the Micro Freak out here at Flathead Lake. Just picking up through the thing. Hammer was always gangster. Oh yeah, shit. It's Hammer. Yeah, I'm not gonna stop creating. One thing to get out of the way right away. Here, let me get Big Face over here so I could. There we go. We're not stopping creating. That's not what this is at all. This isn't I'm going to kick rocks and not do videos anymore. It's not one of those. It's just... We'll get to the money thing later. Did I miss something? I didn't hear Viral say he is quitting. Did he? If so, what's the time step so I could begin comeback counter? I fucking quit! I should have slammed it down if it wasn't a hot mic. It's a sure. I could have slammed it down on the thing. It landed on soft padding, guys. I didn't say I'm quitting. Should I quit? Nah, I don't know. Okay, so hear me out. You guys are jumping the gun here. Hear me out. So we've been on the viral memorial video in slow motion. Saying goodbye to our friends on this platform. I'll get Hans on it. See, this is the shit, man. This is the shit. But like, okay, like I said, financial whatever, business decision, okay? As much as I love hanging out with you fuckers, like we got music to make here. We're making music here. But we're making extra music here. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with making extra music here. But take this into consideration. Peep game. Fun. 100% produced. All the way when we first started. In 2022. We have 4 total years on this channel. We are currently in our 5th year. We're on our, 3.5 month or 5th month or some shit. What are we in January? Shit. Rest in peace to Isaiah Whitlock Jr. Shit. 4 years. And we've made a little bit of progress, but just as things go on this platform, you know, it's like we were building up our arsenal, working on what we needed to, doing the live streams and everything like that. And then after NAMM, It just had to be the 50th anniversary of hip-hop. Like, it just had to be the 50th anniversary of hip-hop, right? Had to be? Had to be. Dropped everything. But check this out. Just switch up the formula. Maybe. Maybe. Cool cover art. Appreciate it. Got it in a t-shirt. You could order that t-shirt right the fuck now. It won't have all my pictures in the background, but it'll have the logo up here. I should put a fun t-shirt out too. I don't normally be doing album covers like that, but Hip Hop Undead album cover's dope. So it has the zombie and the Hip Hop Undead and the virus graphic. And the shit looks dope. How dope, you ask? Well, let me show you how dope, you may ask. K-pop. I could tell you a story, but I'm under verbal agreement to not divulge such things. Okay, let me show you how cool it is. Ah, it doesn't show it on here. I want to do this one. No? Not while I'm live, huh? Doesn't show my own thing. Well, I guess not here. You guys will just have to see it for yourselves. And that'll be that. Okay. Back to what we were doing. I said back to what we were doing. Okay. Here we go. Videos Aziz. Okay, so that's not going to work there. So back to the lecture at hand. Not that I'm here lecturing you guys, but a lecturn, I guess. Okay, so we have all this stuff that has happened, right? Throughout the channel. We had some falling outs with some folks, and you guys know why. Fucking NPC Gate 1 and 2 are things. And there are things that involve people that we associated with. And we cease to associate said people. It's just as simple as that. The electronic composer. Welcome. Perfection is perfected, so you better want to stay. Yeah, I got yo. I got above the rim in the record player. How's it going, my friend? NPC Mafia ain't nothing to fuck with. Yeah, and really, you know, our biggest video here is the Kai conversation. You know, and that's where NPC Gate 2 happened. Right here on this channel. It was not all our fault, but it was our content that steered the conversation. And it was a reaction to EA Ski and the Dad Beats thing together, and I Am Sight, you know, and their misunderstanding being squashed, but the conversation was primarily about the Sonics and the dynamics in the new generation of NPCs, and the fact that we all know, because we've all lived this and have had this conversation for a long time, year after year after year, the Sonics are different. You know, they're beefier. There's not limiters on their gear like there is now. They don't do a flat frequency response to kind of make it even keel out of, you know, it was a beefy low end, nice, really, really nice sound in the MPC 3000. And we know directly because on the day of the 50th anniversary of hip hop, we had an MPC 3000 limited edition right here. Pretty dope stuff. Pretty dope stuff. And we were never meant to keep that thing. And, you know, it's a good thing at the time. And we did, you know, a few of our friends don't like it when I mention this part of history in the channel because they did not get it. We raffled it off. And by a single $25 entry, somebody got that sent to them, and we didn't make shit for a profit off of it because it mostly went into shipping. And, you know, it wasn't for profit. It was for the history of it, for the value of it, it was a very great moment to provide that to somebody else as it was provided to us. I felt blessed to be able to do that for somebody else the same way that it was done for us. And immediately after doing that, you know, the karma gods, came back, and we got, you know, this iMac, this M3 that we really needed at the time. Got here late. Is this Hip Hop Undead, your new release? Yeah, this is what we've been making the beats on for. This is where Quite a Year Already is going. This is where what the Think You Know is going. This is where, which, you know, we could get into those here in a minute. But yeah, you know, as things go, Eternity. Welcome. I'm out of the loop here. Anyone have a short summary? The short summary is we had this fun album here, right here, completely produced before we started on YouTube in 2022. It's been over 4 years on this channel, and we still haven't even though we've produced 5 instrumental albums, you know, even though we got, you know, stuff out there, we got releases, and this is kind of a good segue into what we need to segue into over here. And yeah, these instrumentals, whew, and we went through it. You know, before we got rid of the Phantom, we got all the sounds from the Phantom thrown into a sound pack, converted Tussin. So not only does it have stacked with every synthesizer sound that is in the Phantom. I'm not doing this to sell you guys. I'm doing this to show you guys. This is what the fuck we've been doing on this channel. And this was released like 3 years ago. Like, yo, we've been killing it out here. Every synthesizer that is in the Phantom, all the drums, all the pianos, all the strings, those went through the MPC 3000 limited edition, hence the converted Tussin. And the rest of them went through, and there is not only the synths that are in there, but custom ones that I developed myself that we did on this channel. We spent a lot of time. We spent a lot of episodes, did a lot of live streams going through this to put this together. But that's not all. There's more. We had already done a free sound pack and other sound packs with the Tussin, so other Tussins are in there as well. This has 4 other kits in it. That's why it's so pricey, and it originally went for $50. But everybody who got in on the what you call it, the raffle for the MPC limited edition, the MPC 3000, everybody got that to go with it. So yeah, and we could throw this on here. I guess we could find somewhere throughout this. Right here, what a moment. Oh man, this is one of my favorite people on YouTube here. This guy, so crazy. So Rhodes came out with their thing, their V8 right here, and our friend was live streaming the day it happened or the day after. This is Champ Flexington, a.k.a. Chicano, a.k.a. Sir Champs, a.k.a. He got a lot of aliases, y'all. Reconsidering music sketchpad. Welcome. I mean, dope dude.
That's crazy, dude. It made my day too. I was all like, I'm telling you. So this is what happened, right? Let me shut this up. So basically, I was out doing errands. Like I went to UPS and I went to the bank and I went to like, you know, just doing a bunch of stuff out, like driving and stuff. And I forgot to do one of them. And I was about to come home and just like do work on music. But then I was like, oh man, I still got to go out. So I started driving there and I called one of my friends just to, you know, have something to do on the drive. And then when I parked at the UPS store, I was like, all right, I gotta go. But then I got a notification and it's like James Blake and the roads competition is gonna start in like a couple of minutes. I was like, might as well just like, you know, check it out, because I remember the contest was announced when they did that 3-month thing where they're like,
a free copy of the V8, the Rhodes V8. It's like a $300 plugin. It's their
song with it or whatever, and put it in the contest. And I was like, oh, like I
it's
didn't
their
download
Rhodes
the Rhodes
digitally,
because I was like,
really
I don't
good
want to end up
sound,
liking
great
it,
sound.
because then I'll want to buy it, you know. But I did like, you know, keep up with what was happening. So I was all like, oh yeah, nice, the competition. So I was like logging in and saying, yo, what up? Hope everybody's doing good. And then, what's it called?
And left.
I was like watching it. I actually stayed in my car just watching it for like half an hour. And I was like, oh man, I
miss
gotta
this dude.
get my errands done, right? So I went and get my errands done. And then it was like a return I had to do with UPS. And then
what a moment. This was a moment.
I started driving home.
This is a solid moment.
And when you get home, like my Wi-Fi signal like reaches out far, but even though it's connected, the internet doesn't like work that well because it's too far. And it's like going through a bunch of walls of like the house and stuff, right? So as I drove by, I connected to the Wi-Fi, so I lost the connection. And there wasn't any parking spaces around, like right in front of my house, so I had to like drive around a little bit and find a parking spot. So when I came back into the house, I was like, oh man, it's over. Well, that's fine. And then I started eating breakfast.
You had no idea.
And literally as I was eating like the rice and the eggs, Viral was like, dude, congratulations. And Viral, I had sent you like a loop. I thought you meant like congratulations on making a loop. And I was like,
nah.
Like, I've sent you loops before. So I was like, what do you mean? And he's all like, dude, you won. And I was like, huh?
I sent him a clip. So that means I have a clip over here of it. I have a lot of clips of stuff. A lot of them have been taken down because they were funny as shit. Okay, so where's the Rhodes one? Here it is right here.
Just because that's the spread. All right. We got Champ Flexington, Jan Crofta, and James Turner. Congratulations.
It was crazy just casually in there. You know, one of my favorite, if not favorite person on YouTube. Just all of a sudden in a Plug and Boutique live stream. Yo, Joe. And then these guys here. This is skipping past a couple, but let's see. Was the whole thing? I think it's the whole thing right here. These guys are dope.
This makes the beats go viral. Viral beats equals the title. I'll trust though it mows.
I was like, damn, this is crazy. I was just casually listening to them.
Who makes the beats go viral? Viral beats. Who makes the beats go viral? Viral beats equals the title.
Dude was just doing a freestyle and shit, going to the record store. Okay, we'll get into the clips later. We're looking for some other shit here. Not the kayak. Not yet on the kayak. Because before we even did the kayak thing, we did all this shit. We had the participation. This is our biggest video here. This right here is our biggest video. the EA Ski conversation, and it was talking and reacting for like an hour. Look at check out the like ratio compared to my normal stuff. Stop that ad. I'll wait until the ad goes off. You guys aren't going to be subjected to that. We'll wait. I got the ads on it. It's my fault, guys. That's what I get for not having oh, see, it got it. I missed it. Ah, see, it's going to do more. Dumb. See, I don't have my YouTube Premium anymore. I ditched it. And now all you guys are suffering the consequences as a result. So this is it. 475 likes. I never have that kind of likes on a video. A lot of engagement. But the big thing here between the two and the reaction and everything like that, they squashed it, and the conversation, you know, really came out the other end of the two men, you know, being bigger for it, you know, and really, you know, I wanted to have the conversation because, like, the conversation about the NPCs is something that producers have had for a long time, you know, and having that conversation, you know, and shortly after that conversation is when we did the NPC. Cover your ears, Tyrone. So that's when, you know, we got this whole thing, you know. It's just the crazy stuff that happens, you know, in music and life. You know, the fact that we were blessed with this on the 50th anniversary of hip hop, you know, out of all days, to be able to experience this machine in its entirety. I didn't get it on the anniversary. I had it a couple of days ahead of time so I could open it up, set it up, learn my way around, and I was actually hitting the pads and loading the discs on the 50th anniversary. I was actually listening to the sounds and beefing it up and doing what I was doing in that little spot that's in that back closet in there. I was like, I gotta make an extra space. This is gonna be the NPC 3000 limited edition room, and yeah, it's dope stuff. Tell me it ain't. You fucking lying. And it's just dope because, like, you know, I wouldn't expect in a million years, because I could never get a hold of this when they came out. They were like $5,000 then. I mean, they were like 7,000, I think, equivalent. You know, they're way out of reach for, especially where I was sitting then. You know, I was, you know, younger then, but still, you know, sure as hell got to experience it now. You know, and these moments, you know, these moments really. Oh yeah, that's right. It doesn't. They're forever moments. And then I get my bitch on about FedEx because this is the box. This is the box that it came in. See that picture on that thumbnail? That's how the MPC 3000 limited edition came. Oh, there's the man himself. What a perfect person to show up. I used to carry on and do that shit a lot longer. For those who are familiar with the channel and been around as long as we have, we used to Destructo for a long ass time. Yo, Destructo's a day one. Destructo pops in the first live stream, and yeah. How you been, my friend? I've been wondering about you. I hope you're okay. Well, obviously you're here, so way to go. Appreciate you being here. Yeah, speaking of moments here, goddamn. And the funny thing is, and I've said this before, so I'm not revealing anything that's a mystery here, after Destructo and myself were talking for a while, you know, a couple years actually, he finally revealed to me that we had met in a previous encounter back in 2009 after I was performing at the Rialto Theater, and reminded me of the whole story that stuck in my head forever, and I just couldn't believe it. He was that dude. And it's just these forever moments, man. Fucking music, man. These musical moments. God damn it, little shit. You know, you can't let these go, you know, these musical moments, you know, and doing music on YouTube, there's no exception. You know, if you're doing music on YouTube, you're still doing music. And if you're still doing music on YouTube, you're still collecting the residuals of the universal bounty that is achieved when you just honestly and openly just do the fucking music, man. Just make it. And then you do that, wild shit happens. Like a fucking MPC 3000 limited edition falling into our lap on the 50th anniversary of hip hop, able to raffle it off to somebody else and to get it and do what they do with it just in time. Reaction content is the recipe for success of people. That's the thing here, samurai. I know it is, but you have no idea. Well, maybe you do. The amount of content we have over here that's been edited for hours and hours and hours that will never see the light of day. Either we'll never release it, or something else happen, or we just haven't been able to get to it because we've been working on other things. The priority is, and always has been, the music here. Well, if the priority here is the music, why ain't these fucking albums done? You're talking 2 years ago this Hip Hop Undead album started. You're talking 4 years ago this hip hop or this fun album was 100% produced. I only have like about half of the beats for Hip Hop Undead. I still haven't even put the word out. But all this started the way that it did. Lil Tusson's here to interrupt. Boy, what the funk you want? Yeah, you covered up. You covered up. You got to go this way. The fuck's that?
It is a paddle for ping pong.
Knocking on the door. Hey, do me a favor and close that. No, the door. The glass sliding door. That thinks I mean the curtains. There's an open door right in front of him. All this cold air. Okay, see what it is. Hopefully I didn't be too loud when I'm destructoing. Go. All right, look and see what it was. Hold on, Lil Tusson's going outside. Hold on one second. Pickleball paddle? Yeah. For sure. Oh, speaking of areas and neighbors and stuff like this, crazy shit. Quite literally. Hey. No. Close the door. Hold on one sec. He'll be out in a little bit, okay? Okay. Get ready. And then go out there and do it. Don't stand in the middle of the door trying to have this conversation. Especially while I'm live over here, holding the mic like an asshole, tucked in the corner of life. You have until 5. Somebody smushed literal shit into our lock and onto our door handle yesterday. And I bet you anything it was our fucking neighbors. We had some tweaked out neighbors a little bit ago, and they're no longer our neighbors, but our neighbors now are these uptight, entitled, younger generation first parents who have really been causing problems and interfering with people, yelling at kids about noise and all kinds of shit. Meanwhile, they got a loud-ass dog. But, yeah, we're moving, and we'll get to that story in a little bit. Back to this shit. If we were really prioritizing This sounds like you need a schleg. Yeah, we got reinforced doors and locks and all that other shit. Again, rest in peace, Isaiah Whitlock Jr. Anyways, yeah. So you start thinking about it, and a lot of stuff could happen. You know, there's NPC Gate that happened. There's this stuff that happened. You know, the contention with the Phantom wasn't an intentional thing. It's just they screwed the pooch with that. You know, it's the flagship keyboard, and their flagship keyboard doesn't do flagship shit, and it had dated technology in it in its hardware. And you know, the last straw with that was when they re-released the EX. Because the EX was just the same exact hardware. There was no difference in it at all. So we did all that content, and we capitalized and got the numbers. That's why Roland won't fuck with us. They never will. Akai won't either. We don't play ball, and that's the thing. Regardless of all this stuff, you know, we've done so much work, and we've showed off so much of our talent here of what we're capable of doing, what I'm capable of doing. You know, I you know, not to toot my own horn or anything. I ain't doing that. It's just I've proven myself over here. I've proven myself not only to be a music person, but somebody who's honestly focused on the development of everything. We've had that monumental shit that has happened throughout the channel, such as the Nam shit, you know, the jam, you know, our friend Destructo, you know, had a large hand in helping that along, you know what I mean? And very publicly too, like we were all, you know, just a big group getting ready for it, and you know, we had one of our friends who was live streaming and, you know, taking donations and all that other stuff, and yeah, and we really made that happen, and this stuff only happens to people who are pursuing it the way that we are. So these, like I said, the bounty of universal reward happens when you're honestly and openly doing the music the way that you need to be doing it. There's no difference at all here. Like I don't like there's no discrepancy. But I understand this because I've been in music for a long time. You know what I mean? So as much as I have love and the feeling and it's unmatched or whatever, it's also something that is routine. You know, this stuff routinely happens. If you jump into music and do it head first, this crazy shit just happens every day, every single day. These crazy experiences musically and everything else. So coming back to this and Hip Hop and Dead, now you could tell from the contrast from the beginning of where we started with this live stream, especially because going through that first song on the Fun album, there's a lot of stuff on the Fun album that there's no words to. Most of it's singing. There is some rapping on it, but it's mostly a diverse collection of different types or different styles that kind of embody the late 90s rave scene and how things really, it's kind of what I feel the musical number of the Fun family represents, because we had drum and bass DJs, jungle DJs, hardcore DJs, progressive trance DJs, hip-hop DJs in our crew, that every weekend, I even said it in a rap, every weekend we would hook up the tables and put it down, you know, and that's exactly how we would do it. We would have 4 turntables and a keg or 2 every single weekend. We do it on Friday and Saturday, sometimes on Sunday. And when we were younger, we did it during the weekdays too. We would just get down after raves and just host these monumental after parties that were just so great. I rapped my ass off for hours and hours and hours. Such a great thing to embody and put into an album. But still, we're talking 4 years ago the production was done, and I'm over here getting into all this other stuff. And the reason why I'm getting into all this other stuff is because I thought at the point of the Fun album and getting on this channel that I was done being an MC. That was, stop. Hey, chill out. Your friend's waiting for you. Your clock's ticking, and I'm live, and you're interrupting. So all those 3 things are at foot. Not only that, it's pouring. Gotta ground this kid down to reality. So, who we've been calling Creaxing this entire time because his name is spelled capital CREAX. NQ. If you got shit on your doorknob, they got shit on your hand. Yeah. Yeah, and you know what? It was nothing to clean that up. But you know what we did? We put the doorbell camera back on. They ain't going to be doing that shit no more. Literally. And if they do, we'll catch them in the act. So now we're spying on everybody that comes through that front door. Nobody's going to touch our handle or our door locks. But yeah. Word. Are we really that far behind in the stream? Yeah, but with all this, so the X is silent here, folks. The X is silent. Silence. So he was doing a live stream, our friend. And during his live stream, he was making this beat, as he does during his live streams, as most of our online producing proclivities are here in this YouTube space. And with that, where is it in the sets? I think I have it in the car test. No, got it in the car test. Bounces. I think it's somewhere. Yeah, here we go. Let me get it on this. He was doing his thing, right? And on FL Studio, he does drill. You know, I don't really do drill like that, right? But he does drill. And he was doing this piece. And I was like, yo, I fucks with that. And I started rapping in my head over it. And I was like, shit. I don't think I'm done being an MC here. I don't think I'm done rapping here, folks. I mean, I was already rapping some, but that, that was just for the song's sake, for producer's sake. Oh, I didn't even say. Oh, sorry, I missed you. Tone Smith. Down. Welcome. So yeah. He blessed me with the beat. Immediately I got to work. Now it's the open to the live set. Dope shit. Unzipping up and on a table, sipping in sauce, I'm not sure about to catch a halo. If I got the right angle, while you're fucking up a-hole, stick to the main road. This ain't for the sweet, shoot relish in fantasy like you don't see me up over here streaming. The broccoli is steaming and Neil still dreaming the make sure to eat you live in the weekend. Here to call them out, Evo stall them out, tucked in your chain your grandma gave you at your mama's house. You're not about the life, your wife and kids ain't got no clout to put them in the line of fire, talking out the side of your mouth. No time to go slow with a vocal when you have the opportunity to blow when they don't know where your folks from. Gotta get a little bit of that dodo if it means every day running from the po-po. Beats being broke like a bloke if you only need hope and another way to cope from a chokehold. What a day to be alive. I always say what's on my mind and have no patience for the lies. If you're dishonest, you could die. For all I care, you're just a Karen in my eyes. We don't see the world the same as too much mayonnaise in your diet. Have some broccoli, ho. Have some broccoli, ho. Fucking hip-hop shit. Yo. I don't be rapping over drill. But I be rapping over drill. Apparently. Apparently. So this is what led us to where we're at Where is that graphic? Not this one. That was minimized. There we go. Right there. Right there. There you go. That's what started it all. Fear of a Viral Planet. Yo. That fucking album. That album made me, forced me, as it forced everybody. It really made me, like, embrace and understand the culture. And even though I was a confused boy and didn't understand much, you know, my friend had a Jabart African medallion and shit, and I wore that shit around my neck. You know what I mean? I didn't understand then. But yo, hip hop shit. And I would never stop, but I thought we were done with not with the rapping, but just as shit was going along. You know what I mean? But then we get blessed with this beat. We do this verse. We just get through it. You know, just god damn. Holy shit. And now it's the lead of our live set. Sweden. Our friends in Sweden. Okay? That would have not happened without YouTube. One of these monumental musical moments that not only by way of the song sounding the way that it does, and this old white boy coming over here talking about unzipping that, putting it on the table. Hell yeah, I am. God damn it. Till it makes the boom sound. Or the tape out over the summer. Yeah. Yeah, no shit. That's one of those tapes to where you wear out so bad to where it doesn't sound the same, or like you start picking up the other side. I played that so much. I played that tape so much it started picking up the other side. Fuck yeah, man. Hip hop shit. But these moments in music are moments in music that are not, yes, it's related to YouTube because it happened on YouTube, but it didn't happen because of YouTube, even though it happened kind of as a result of YouTube being here and us doing our thing as music people. But that moment was brought to you by music. Don't get it twisted. But just like this microphone and everything else with this platform, it's a mere conveyance. You know what I mean? You're just over here as a vessel to project this message. So believe me when I say, with great difficulty, still, with all of this, fucking YouTube, man. The algorithms, everything. The fact that we won't play ball and chill. We're not going to give these companies a pass, you know? And because we hold them accountable, we're a social pariah in the, you know, just by doing that contentious rolling content, you know? Because these companies don't fuck with me because, you know, they're next. You fuck with my production, you know. I'm gonna have something to say about it, you know. I'm gonna have to say something about fumbles if I don't get my product that I paid for twice in a row. Son of a bitch. You know? You got to hold them accountable. You think this NPC Live 3 would have ever fucking happened without EA Ski jumping in the conversation and bringing that Sonic conversation to NPC Gate being what it is? That's the good thing about that shit happening. But even with that shit happening the way that it did, still a bit of contention. Still across the zeitgeist over here about this NPC Live 3 and the XL that's coming out and how they're going to go uniform, as I knew they would, just across the line with the NPCs. But I could sit here and talk about gear for views, or I could shut the fuck up and make the goddamn music. There's a reason why we don't make content. You know how many hours it takes to edit down just a little piece of a content to maybe it might flicker into the algorithm for somebody? The algorithm don't even show your own videos to your own audience. You know what I mean? You have to be in the conversation. You have to do something that's in the conversation. And you know what's in the conversation on this channel? This shit. This hip-hop shit. And whatever shit we come across, yeah, this gear's fucking gear. But you don't see me doing tutorials on this shit. I fucking won't. If I didn't have to wipe it off, I'd spit on this shit right now. Puh, I don't give a fuck. Then I have to wipe it off, and it's kind of gross, and I wouldn't want to do that right now. It's all these other reasons for not doing it. Shock value, sure. What the fuck? The fuck am I doing in my 40s spitting on a fucking piece of gear just to prove a point or for shock value? Hell nah. We ain't gonna talk about this yet, but that brings me to the kayak. Fucking A. Yeah, I did it for shock value, but the shock of it all is that I wanted to go on the kayak with the NPC. I've been in the kayak before. I love the shit. Make love to your gear. I do with my ears, sir, and my fingers. I know I'm a little crass, and I ain't talking about conservatory recording arts and sciences either. Oh, shit. Wifey caught a full fucking rainbow. Look at that. Bam. That's what it looks like right now. She just sent me that picture. Look at that shit. Bam. Crazy. Crazy town we live in over here. Oh. Yeah. Shit. Fucking sun over here. So yeah. I ain't over here spitting on gear. But I was going to take that Phantom out to the fucking mountain and shoot the shit out of it. But it was winter time. And our car wouldn't have made it up the mountain during winter time. It's not a good time to shoot up that mountain. Even with a good vehicle, it's hard to get up that mountain to go shooting. But I wanted to for shock value. How would that be to put a bullet this big through the rolling Phantom after I'd done produced on it? So it's the game you hate. The YouTube rat race or what? Kind of, but it's not that I hate the rat race. I don't care about the rat race. It's not... Yes, it's discouraging when the work doesn't go where it needs to go in the algorithm because either you're too small of a channel or what you're doing isn't in the national conversation. We get tripped up a lot of times because, you know, we still got an outdated camera, you know, we still got this beard, so, you know, it covers up my face and the expressions of a smile are kind of suppressed over here. So when you have a beard, you know, that makes a difference in the algorithm, you know? And it's crazy, some of the things that fly and some of the things that don't. It's not the system that I have a problem with. And it's not that I have a problem, really. It's just we need to make this music, and even pivoting the channel, it takes so much time and effort and space to go live with it and do the shit in a public fashion. For one, people don't want to see or hear that shit. YouTube's not the place for it. So another thing is this, and I'm just going to mention this now, and we'll have the financial conversation here. We're a niche. Yeah, we are a niche. And this is what I thought about our niche. I thought in our niche that having, I got my CDs over here, I've been around this music shit for a long time. Somebody asked me during the live stream the other day, I said, how long you been making beats? How long you been producing beats for? And I was thinking about it. I'm like, well, shit. It was right before the turn of the century, so like more than 25 years. I wasn't taking it serious before then, even though I produced some stuff before then or made some beats on. I don't count making beats on Drum Machine or doing, MTV Music Generator. But when I produced an album on MTV Music Generator, I'll count that, But that was fucking 25 years ago. I'm getting old, I've been doing music since I first put pen to paper, I was 13 years old. Shit. God damn it. That is 31 years ago. I've made full albums, produced them from front to back. So I thought the quality of work that I was doing on the Phantom and the quality of music that I was doing, the type, because we didn't even talk about the environments. I mean, this album right here, this is one of my favorites because we did all that traveling. I was helping my mom move to, what was it? She was going to Montana, and I helped her. So I drove and followed her when she was setting up her RV or whatever. Got a bunch of video of the landscape. Came home, made a whole bunch of music to go along with the landscape. And they're called environments. And it's dope because it's totally different as far as sounding goes than the Phantom Fridays are, which are totally different than the Monday Meditations, which are totally different from all these projects on Mr. Tussin's Wild Ride, which include that V8 beat that we made on that Rhodes. Totally different from all the party jams and nightlights over here. We'll get to the other stuff later. I thought the work, this will help explain your answer a little bit more clearly, Trader to the Living. A tiny niche. Yeah, it's a niche of a niche. So if we don't have something that breaks through the zeitgeist like Drake suing a record label or AI and Timbaland or, that kind of shit, you know what I mean? YouTube don't want to hear that shit. It's up to us. But I thought with all this, I thought with with all the stuff that we produced here, I thought the quality of production, doing it on a flagship, and everything would be enough to sustain us. I'm not trying to make money off of YouTube. I don't give a fuck about that shit. If I were trying to make money off of YouTube, I would do YouTube zeitgeist type shit. I would do the content, the reactionary stuff, and do all that stuff. And I'm fine. To be honest with you, could use the fucking money, right? But all that time and effort it takes to produce that type of content even, it takes away from the music. The more you're talking about it, the less you're doing it, the less you're being about it. Make beats, not excuses. That's why I fucks with Kirk State. I love that shit. But I also love protect hip-hop at all costs. But Screwface John, he'd be making fucking music videos and shit and doing his music on top of his reactionary content. Some people do it all. You know, and they have the subscribers to carry the weight in the algorithm. Usually they are doing whatever is in the zeitgeist. And I'm cool with that. Cool. But I got this album that was already done before we hopped on YouTube. We got this album that I'm in the middle of getting in the weeds of sampling records and really making this hip-hop album that we decided on the 50th anniversary of hip-hop that we would do. That we would take all these years that we've been in hip-hop, all this history, all this knowledge, all this understanding, and add it to our audio engineering, the audio production technologies degree, everything that we have learned in the music business, working at studios, running businesses, everything. Putting that into what we know and our hip-hop shit for this album. Now, you could do that and do YouTube at the same time. Cool, there ain't nothing wrong with it. But here we go. Wisdom join. Well. Yo, my G, YouTube is booty anymore. Back in the day, it wasn't that bad. Yeah, you know, it's a bit. But here's a curveball. Here's the curveball to everything. So before we get into the curveball, this is enough. This is a whole catalog already right here. Let's just look at what we have so far. 5 instrumental albums, 1 studio album that encompasses 11 years or 10 years of music, right? And we're almost done with that remaster here. It's just we're at the final listen here. And the singles that we've done over here since getting back into the hip-hop shit go directly into contentious diss tracks. Oh my God, it's been great. Before we get into that, though, fuck before we get into that. You know what? Fuck before we get into that. Let's get into that. Which one came first? The chicken or the egg? Okay, so... Man, so many fucking dope beats. Was it on here? Or was it on the Virus Music channel? I thought it was on here. I thought maybe I took it down and only put it on the other one. No, I left it on here. There's no way. I had to have made it members only. When was it? It was before we did the kayak thing. God, Jesus Christ. Just look at all this stuff that we've done. Just within this last year. That's why that song was quite a year already, because that was only a couple months into the new year, and it was already... Okay, so it was before then. It was before Eyelids. Was it before South Dakota? I thought it was after South Dakota. Huh. Don't worry, folks. We'll get it. We'll get it. It's just so much shit. This is like all the stuff that we have like really just gone through and been killing it content-wise. The numbers don't reflect because the algorithms, does what it does or whatever. Okay, so I guess we'll go to the old website because it is on there, I think, under the videos. Should have been more prepared, huh? Come on, you could do it. YouTube doesn't like me having so many windows open while I'm streaming. Oh, no, okay, let's, I put it on this one, right? Yep, here it is right here. Here it is right here. You ready? You ready for this one? Here we go.
Getting on this platform and all I hear is people talking. That's what the algorithm wants, so we all feed it often. But there's discrepancies involved. People don't walk the walk, so others get the balk and think that everything is nonsense.
This encompasses
just because they never found the way in life.
the journey here.
Through lies. lies and blame the failures on the other guys, which is why they decide to behave this way. It's insecurities, the emptiness inside of the brain. There ain't no critical thinking, living the life of a criminal. Take advantage of people, the evil's building inside of you. Really, dude, what the fuck? We used to be cool, but it was all a facade. You only wanted a piece from me too.
Yeah, Wisdom Joint knows where that is.
But only take what you see, twist it, turn it into the bridge you're burning down. Now no longer friends, so it's fuck you instead. Eat shit, you bitch. There's nothing else to say to make me feel any different about it. Cats from back in the day when they first started the channels. My second album was released. I opened a shop and then ran with it, managing a label, going on tour in the industry for real, with a solid live performance at the stage, selling tickets every day, getting paid, doing music in moving units, making beats at the studio while I'm going to school. Was also making an album, doing live sound at the club.
My history right here in the song.
Get around. Finally found my sound after all these years, fine to my ears enough to make it sound clear. I can take it up another level when I'm rapping out because I'm happy that I'm finally in the place that I can teach it to the man. And always try to test you, ain't time to get a piece. Don't pretend to be perfect because you never get a lead. In my head nobody lives rent free, I don't get two shits. What you think of this community? You think
yeah. Yeah, did that shit.
Twist it, turn it into the bridge you're burning down. Now no longer friends, so it's fuck you instead. Eat shit, you bitch. There's nothing else to say to make me feel any different about it.
Go right back into my hip hop shit. I go right into this motherfuckers. Yo, I'll tell you guys right now. And I think I may have let it slip once or twice over here. Appreciate you. I'll tell you guys right now. You guys remember Dame Taylor? He's probably sneak watching this shit on some shit like he does or whatever. You know, he been around. He was brought up in Weavers. You know, had his little thing with Curtis King. You know, been back and forth with Busyworks Beat. Clogged up the algorithm for a minute. Developed his history or whatever. I known Dame for a minute since he first started his channel. Just like I said on the song. You know, I'd known him. Not known him, but have been frequenting his content since he's been making content. So you're talking 2009 and shit. He was on in, I think, 2007 at the beginning. That's the one giveaway in that song was a little clip, you know, first started their channels. That was him dancing to Pumps and a Bumps from Hammer. Speaking of Hammer, he was dancing to Pumps and a Bumps. It was like his second video and shit. He brought me on his channel to discuss shit over the phone or whatever. I congratulated him on his platinum plaque because he finally got one a few years back or whatever. You know, I know his history and his career and shit. You know, so we were back and forth or whatever. But something happened and he saw me in Curtis King's stream and I guess I wasn't in his stream enough, you know, and he felt some kind of way about it. And you know, he showed up in my chat over here one time when we were live. I was like, oh, cool, Dame Taylor's in here. Hey, yo, what's up, Dame? How's it going? You know, just saying what's up to him or whatever. He's like, oh, I see you in Curtis King's chat all the time. And in my chat, I'm like, man, I ain't got time for that shit, you know? But I thought he was just fucking around. I didn't read no into it or whatever. So I'm just cooking on the fan. I'm doing what I do, you know, just doing what I do, right? Niles. Welcome. Yep, it's about Dame. Eat shit, you bitch is about Dame Taylor. He could eat shit, and he's the one I'm calling a bitch. And I said it here first. all this shit. And I think he knows that. I think that's one of the reasons why he got off of YouTube, because this white boy over here that we used to associate dissed the fuck out of him in a hard-ass track, which used to be, that beat was my intro beat to the live stream. So you would hear that beat playing before then, you know, going through all that shit or whatever. But this is why I dissed him. because we have a history and I known him. You know, his family is from Phoenix and shit. Not from Phoenix, but they lived in Phoenix. His cousin got killed in a street that I used to live on like Bell and 7th Street and shit in Phoenix. You know what I mean? Just the universe connected us somehow. You know, we had associations and conversations and all that other stuff. So we were really cool with one another. You know, we weren't, you know, like real tight or anything like that, but we were cool. We had some conversations live. We had some conversations, you know, I kind of, you know, was in the conversation when he and Curtis King were getting all together and talking their shit and doing their thing or whatever. But after that night that he showed up on our live stream over here, he went live the day after. And I pop into his, oh, Dame's live, cool. So I see him, and he looks real nervous before he says this, and he stares at the camera, and he doesn't have any confidence in what he's saying. Usually he has a lot of confidence when he's talking shit about somebody. And usually he talk, oh, Busy Works Beats, you're a bitch, you know, talking shit. He talks shit, you know, and back and forth, real contentious back and forth with his audience. And, you know, his shtick was really shitting on the producer community, but he was coming from a place of ignorance, so I kind of let that one slide a little bit, because even though we had experienced all this shit and done all this music with all these other creators, I just figure he wasn't plugged in like that because he was just stepping on the platform again for the first time, so he was starting to learn that there's actually real musicians out here that are doing the shit. He never had nothing to say bad about me. He never tried to sell me any of his products, producer camps, or anything. You know, I explained to him my whole history, what I've been working on, what I've been doing. We've had conversations about it. You know what I mean? So after showing up on my live stream and for once out of all this time making his presence known, you know, he makes his presence known. Then the next day, he's all nervous on this live stream or whatever, you know, and I'm like, cool, whatever. You know, I was just getting ready to say what's up. And he said, you know, I was in Viral Beats, you know, live stream, and, you know, bro seemed like he didn't know what he was doing with that Phantom. But he stuttered and shit. He was, like, really, like, nervous about saying that. But said it he did, and he deleted the live stream after that. But I heard it. I saw it. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? After 5 albums produced, after doing the Phantom review, after going through and being the first to cover the Enzyme Model Expansion, after going through the TR Rec, after doing the converted Tussin sample pack even, after all that shit, and then doing live streams every day on the fucking beats, doing the shit on fucking the Phantom and shit, had the nerve to publicly diss me after not only all that information being available to the public and him, but us having a history like that and having conversations and shit, me congratulating him on his platinum plaque and all that. Nah, man. You know, I pulled back on his channel after what he did to Curtis King, because what he did to Curtis King was he secretly tape record, because he tape records all his conversations, and after saying that he doesn't want to be tape recorded, he started going in on him. They did a live stream together, and he just kind of ambushed him, you know, on some bitch ass shit. But that's the thing, Dame and Curtis King are closer in age. I'm his fucking senior, so he ain't gonna come at me with that fucking bullshit, because you ain't even Gen X, motherfucker. You ain't gonna come through and pretend you're from LA when you're from Orange County and shit, and try to fucking act hard and try to bully these motherfuckers on YouTube and shit and tell them that they ain't shit and their music ain't shit and there's no producer community. Nah, man, nah. Once he fucking said I didn't know what I was doing on the Phantom, that was it. I was in my hip-hop bag. I just had gone over to Astoria and did all this shit and got all this this stuff. I put the fucking thing behind it. I did it, and boom. Finny folks, different strokes, and the vibe is just different. Yeah. And that's the thing. Even if you felt that kind of way, fine, whatever, you know. But I didn't want to devote much time to it. I didn't want to make it a whole public spectacle. I haven't even announced anything of me saying that was about him until this moment, and that song is 2 years old. You know what I mean? Like, it happened a while ago. And even then, I was like, I was going to put more video in of him and just so everybody knew. But I was like, no, I'll just do that one little clip because I don't want that motherfucker taking up my airwaves and putting his fucking face on the shit. I'll get his goofy ass dancing the pumps and the bumps when I'm talking about knowing these cats since they first started their channels. Poor motherfucker, I bigged him up and shit. I bigged him up even after he was contentious, you know, and just let him be him, you know, and said, oh, Birdie's just being Birdie, you know, but he ain't no Birdie. He ain't no Birdie. He's a fucking spoon-fed rich kid who grew up bullying white kids in Orange County. Don't get it fucking twisted. Just because he hopped in, you know, the music industry by living in his car and doing what he fucking did, I give him credit where credit's due. But still, they don't get to act fucking... Give him the right to act like that. And if you're going to act like that towards me, you got to understand I'm an MC through and through, and I will diss your ass in a fucking track and fucking so the whole world could see and hear. And guess what? A short time later, he stopped fucking streaming and came off of fucking everything altogether. And he'll say it's for different reasons, but I humiliated his ass, and nobody knew that I humiliated his ass but me and him. Everybody else were like, who are you talking about? Who are you talking about? Nobody knew but me and him. That's the way I diss motherfuckers. I let it go to where I break down the fabric of their bitch assness, and then I fucking throw it in the hip hop and let it go. I'm from Hilltop, Tacoma, and we peel wigs without any issues. We made the hill famous. He was never in the music industry, claimed to be fame, was ghost producing for a producer nobody cared about, DJ Fell. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, there's just no rhyme or reason for it. And I get he was trying to make a name for himself and get a second win on YouTube. Ain't going to do that by me. Ain't going to put my name in your motherfucking mouth, even though my name ain't Viral Beats, bitch. It's Virus. Still, virus will give you these bars. You come talking shit about Viral Beats, Virus music, or anything fucking related to me or my fam out here. You know, I took that as a not only a personal diss, but a diss on the community, because that's why I said I don't give two shits what you think of this community. You know, the whole thing. It's about that. But all this contentiousness, yeah, fuck you, fucking hip-hop shit. It's what I'm talking about, man. So, like, getting into this, like, it's like, I'm over here with this music, you know what I mean? I'm over here with this music. I'm over here with this music. Yeah, I'm making beats towards the projects. Yes, I'm making music towards the projects. Jamming, fucking Inky passing away, getting me into hardware jams. Getting me beyond the grave over here. Telling me to get my jams in and shit. There's nothing like it. There's nothing like it. But that's a music moment. That's not because of YouTube. That's because of music. And yes, getting yourself out there and doing all these other things. I'll tell you the other things too. You know, the other main things. I'm just pointing out all the highlights because I'm trying to get to all the good before I start getting to the real bad. Because shit gets deep here. You guys have no idea. And if you guys want to think that I'm out here trying to shill for my own product that's available right now on viralbeats.com, just like our merchandise over here, that's not what I'm trying to do. You know, if I was just trying to shill product and shill my own product and do whatever to sell product, I would have done hit you with the sales pitch a long time ago with all that. Where are we at? Where are we at with it? What are we doing? You know? That's the thing, like, you guys have no idea how bad we have struggled throughout the course of these more than 4 years of doing this shit here on YouTube. Look at Roland's Flag. This is why Roland won't fuck with me over here. Roland's Flagship has a huge problem. You know, and it did. You know, and it's polyphony. That doesn't even count the time stretching or whatever. But I'm going to skip forward a little bit because after going into Hardware Jams is where I met... our friends over here, Symptoms of Reality, and you know, being around them and their time on live stream, we met on Hardware Jams, and this right here is a moment.
I'm not sleeping. I'm not sleeping. I'm not sleeping. I'm not sleeping. Watching my eyelids. I'm not sleeping. I'm not sleeping. I'm not sleeping. Watching my eyelids. I'm not sleeping. I'm not sleeping. I'm not sleeping. Watching my eyelids.
God, those keys. That was right after we got the Arturia.
I'm not sleeping, watching my eyelids. I'm not sleeping, I'm not sleeping, I'm not sleeping, watching my eyelids. I'm not sleeping, I'm not sleeping, I'm not sleeping.
This was such a moment. They did a 24-hour live stream. I sampled them because Lamar was over here.
I'm not sleeping, I'm not sleeping, watching my eyelids. I'm not sleeping, I'm not sleeping, I'm not sleeping.
Saying he's watching his eyelids. He's not sleeping.
I'm not sleeping, I'm not sleeping, watching my eyelids. I'm not sleeping.
Why is it clipping it? Why is it clipping that? Why does it do that? Stop that. Hold on. I don't know why it just looped that. It just looped the whole thing. So they were doing their 24-hour live stream.
I'm not sleeping, I'm not sleeping, watching my
Right? You gonna play the whole thing?
I'm not sleeping.
No, I don't want to create a
I'm
clip.
not sleeping, I'm not sleeping, I'm not sleeping, I'm not sleeping, I'm not sleeping.
There. Why does it go straight into creating a clip?
I'm not sleeping, watching my eyelids. I'm not sleeping.
They did a 24-hour live stream. This fool was falling asleep, and he kept saying, I'm not sleeping, I'm just checking my eyelids and resting my eyelids. He's singing, doing whatever. I knew I would sample it, so I recorded it. I was like, one of these days, I'm going to use this in a piece of music. One of these days, I'm going to use it in a piece of music. We did these team jams over here. It was the perfect opportunity. Teamed up with Jonathan R. Cross. He's the one who does all the keys in the back here. I made that with the Roland TR. Bill Tuss's like, what the fuck are you doing?
To make sure that they're eyelids.
I'm just resting my eyelids to make sure that they're eyelids.
I'm just resting my eyelids to make sure that they're eyelids. I'm just resting my eyelids.
I sampled all of them during that live stream. Hell yeah, I did. This was our Team Jam submission. They had no idea. This will be the last thing that replays in his head before he passes away. I'm gonna play it at his funeral if he goes before me. I'll tell Lil Tussin to do it. She's like, yo. Hey, your mom got a picture of it. Come here. Yeah, come here. Those keys. And that breakup of those keys in the background, that's the Arturia fragments.
I'm just resting my eyelids to make sure that they're eyelids. I'm just resting my eyelids to make sure that they're eyelids. I'm just resting my eyelids to make sure that they're eyelids. I'm just resting my eyelids to make sure that they're eyelids.
This show has gone to shit.
And then the breakdown. Right after Simply Risky passed. It was shortly after we did this. Who was there for the 24-hour live stream? Rest in peace to Simply Risky. I took the effect out of JRC's thing, so it's just him and the Rhodes. Taking us to church. God damn. Yeah, if anybody's wondering the thing about the monkeys, that's their shtick. Monkey Island, that's what they call it. So he said, we picked a horrible spirit animal. That's what Lamar said. He said, we picked a terrible spirit animal to represent us. all the racial inclinations. Yeah, rest in peace is Simply Risky. That kind of shit, you know what I mean? Like, it's unmatched. It's unmatched. So it's not only that. It's not only that. How did the eyelids video after that? So another thing here. Yeah. Yeah, he's such a monster. Yeah, yeah. Using the roads like that, it's like right on the breakdown. So perfect. He really made that piece. I mean, I know I kind of hogged the piece, but shit, him doing them keys makes up for it. You know what I mean? You forget that there's even a beat, really. So you just think about the keys. You know what I mean? So it gets the eyelids thing, you know. This shit's crazy, you know. And this is around the time where we got into it and started doing a lot of stuff over there on that channel, you know. And yeah. Here, let's go to the other one. We did another team jam, right? This team jam was a collab on the birthdays, Scott McCauley, you know what I mean? And Jesus Christ. Talk about another great collab. And you know, our friends are just real fans of hip hop. They're hard. They're real fans of hip hop, of the music. Scott was like, "Do you have any ideas for what you want to do for this thing?" And I was like, "Yo, we got to do something hip hop." So we threw down on the keys. And I sampled some shit. I got some clips together. I got an acapella from Black Star. Yeah, Spirit Animal. I did the mix. And that's Executioner's sample I hijacked. You hear it right there. That's from their album, actually, when they actually did a CD. That was like 2000, I think. Yeah, those keys. We'll do a lot more of these. Woo. Yo, Scott McCauley got the mood right on all this, sprinkled all those keys. Man, that sounds so good. I think he used the Rose too, didn't he? I didn't put any verses on this. This was a birthday present to the twins. Real big fans of hip hop. Got some guru.
We're getting rich from rapping. Word to God, some should give. Let's delete the politics so real hip hop can live.
I did all of it in Logic.
Let's delete the politics so real hip hop can live. Let's delete the politics so real hip hop can live.
The drums are.
Let's delete the politics so real hip hop can live.
Where are the drums? The drum is a loop. Dope stuff. Yeah, so there's all kinds of shit that we do on here before we get to the kayak shit, you know. And it's just like these are these unmatched musical experiences, you know. They're just unmatched. They really are. You know. T-Sketch, you know, we've been watching her T-Sketch Beats. This is shortly after, you know, doing that, you know, as far as the time goes. So we did the JRC thing, and then like, 4 videos later, right in between the Mini Freak 3.0 and the Kent Spong shirt that let's go through the Kent Spong shirt that changed my life.
Network a while back, and then I noticed one of our friends from Hardware Jams in the video that was playing.
Hello, this is Brian.
I kind of played on Brian's thing.
Touch base with you guys. And
but this story, this is a story. This is a music story to go with this.
Then he said something that really grabbed my attention.
I have to talk over myself and Brian.
My skills have just improved exponentially. I can't even describe it.
Well, this is no ordinary man. As a matter of fact, Brian is more machine at this point. If the power of the ProSynth Network t-shirt compels Gethsemane music, then there's certainly hope for this Pacific Northwest coasting bebop and semi-professional but mostly amateur producer. Then the most interesting thing happened. As soon as I placed the order for my t-shirt, my mom ordered a Hydrosynth and had it sent to me to borrow for a little while. Robbie
what
and
the
Ken
fuck?
On the Simpsons reality podcast, and we had ourselves a little jam session.
What the fuck? I bought the goddamn shirt, and then all of a sudden my mom buys a Hydrosynth 49 key, has it sent to me
on Ken's birthday. As soon as
and then it shows
sound better than I ever have before.
I jam with the guy. I've been fucking with ProSynth Network since they've been on their memberships or whatever. And then the Kent Spong shirt arrived on Kent Spong's birthday. You can't make this shit up. So I got to jam with my friends on a Hydrosynth that my mom bought on the same day that I ordered my t-shirt. And then I got it, and then I had this jam with ProSynth Network, Robbie and Kent Spong, who's on the goddamn t-shirt. That's why I said the t-shirt that changed my life. I'm a pro now. Because I have a t-shirt to prove it. Without the t-shirt.
I'm not quite sure yet, but it seems like my bone density is beginning to mutate. And I got a lot more gray hair all of a sudden. What's that about? What I like about this t-shirt is that it's all business, but in the back. The front of the t-shirt reminds everybody in public that I'm one of those people that gets incredible kicks from something they'll never understand.
What's that weird thing there?
That's a lady.
I love the fact that we caught that shit. I got that clipped. Over here, Synthetics out here walking around this event and shit. What's that weird thing over there? And then Ken just busts in with, "That's a lady." Oh, it's great. These are the moments. And yes, it would not have happened without YouTube, because YouTube is the connector of all these events that have happened. That would not have happened without this channel being here and without us doing what we've been doing. Fast forward to T-Sketch a few weeks. You know, I've been watching her for years. We met in Curtis King's chat, and she's cooking, and then opened some restaurants, took some time off, came right back, started cooking a bunch. So I went on her Beat Stars and grabbed one of her beats, and I did this song. You guys are familiar with it, but you sure as shit we're going to play it and give her her flowers. Shit, it's barely, what, the 4th of January? It's already quite a year already.
Yo, it's been quite a year already. Never underestimate a generation of the legendary.
This one right away spoke to me. The first beat I picked out was like, yes.
It's been quite a year already, never underestimate the generation of a legend. And I'm stepping in the ring, always steady with the pen. Heavy metal, never settle with the level that we bring. Getting better when you age and you get inside a place. In the pocket when you rock
put
it
this
on the
one
stage.
up.
Now it's right up in your face, what to do with
Were
the
these
stuff
video
of the
clips
brain
using the
world.
AI?
Get the keys and open
Because
the
I
whole
did that, the
gate.
algorithm
You know we
buried
don't play,
this
we say
video.
it just like it is. We're not gonna let the
What do we get on it for views? Not very many. 112. That's terrible for this channel.
You can try, but you're never gonna build it on a lie. If you really wanna stay alive,
Another music moment.
Find a little missing piece of the puzzle that's been causing you
Another
trouble. Never
solid
try to
music
puzzle
moment.
others and struggle. I juggle life and still manage the time to do significant damage up on the microphone with every rhyme. We're not the same type because we build different. The facts don't care about your feelings just because you put drop back in office, yo. It's been quite a year already. It's been quite a year already.
We got this
It's
in the
been
live
quite a year
performance
already.
too.
Hey.
You guys know that?
It's been quite a year already. It's been quite a year already. It's been quite a year already, yo. It's been quite a year already. Never underestimate a generation of.
I've done a lot of shit on this channel, man.
It's been quite a year already.
A lot.
It's been quite a year
This is just
already.
last
It's been
year.
quite a year already, yo. It's been quite a year already. Everybody bringing hip hop right back in the conversation. People hating, let them hate. Just keep on pushing on.
Perfect
the
to
fake
my
and take
style.
Another look around to see what's right for your space. Stay light years away from all the type who display negative energy and drain all the light from your day. Either you're saying you ain't the language, just making a statement. My paper's painting and painting, so it's not up for debating. Let's see how far I can scale it. Sharpen my tools, I've been patient. Now I'm developed like we used to do in film in the 80s. There ain't no maybes about it. Just keep them babies off the streets and wipe your feet off the doormat. We should be cool.
Been wanting to put that keep them babies out the street line in a song for years. Years. I've been waiting to sneak that keep them babies out the streets. Keep the babies out the goddamn streets, will you? I've been waiting years to squeeze that into a line. And then we did. And right after we did, in comes Fumbles. Uh-oh. Fumbles is monetized. Skip the ad, Fumbles.
Get this last night. Now, I already had a support ticket recently from previous expansions that I couldn't access, but this wasn't that. The following day, everything went through with no issues, and I
cutaways in
demoed the
this.
Scott Storch expansion on the channel. Get this
Where you
last
at,
night.
Beans?
Now, I already had a support ticket
See, what the
recently
fuck? Why
from
is it just
previous
clipping this
expansions
shit?
that I couldn't access, but issues, and I demoed the Scott Storch, where I thought there were about a half a dozen content creators demoing the plugin. There were closer to around 20 of them, all paid promotions. There was one slight problem, however. When you purchased the plugin, everything would go through. They would get your money, but the plugin wasn't where I
See,
thought.
that's where I mess up on it.
And this
See, why is it
seems
just
to
doing
be
the
a new.
It's just doing the clips. It's not giving me the
What they
original
do
video.
is simply leave you hanging for a few days.
Ah, well. I was going to do the Fumbles thing just so you guys could see the Fumbles, because the Fumbles thing happened right before the kayak thing. I think, because it was right after that we did the thing. Where are we at with this? Where are we at in the history? My mom's records. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. We've done so much. Look, we got these jams in. We got these jams in. I ruined Mother's Day with this record. And I ruined T-Sketch and her wife for a minute. Yo, I did this thing. I went through all these records. You're going to give me some.
One, too, that's always been in memory.
This one flew 3.4 thousand views just going over my mom's records. Just digging in her stuff.
One thing I've noticed about football fans is...
Sorry, guys. You guys are not getting ads. I need to watch my own ads. I need to take my ads off of here, really, because it's not really making any difference. I mean, whatever. But yeah, we did all kinds of shit after that. Making beats in the rain, making beats in the sunset. Hold on, let me make sure that we're on the right one. Okay, we're on the right one. The fucking... This shit, the algorithm hates it when I do stuff like that. Look at it. Why is it only putting it together in clips? It's not letting me just have the damn video. Look at that. That's that amphitheater right there. It was like 94 right there. Yeah, it doesn't count them when they're members only. It doesn't count the views. But like, yeah, that one got buried. That one got buried in the algorithm because, you know, we're not a natural blues and jazz channel, man. And because we're not that, you know, shit. God, I didn't even go through any of this other content that we did. The damn Flight of the Navigator shit and the fucking God, this fucking beat, man. Jesus Christ. EA Ski drums. EA Ski drums and UVI synth in Reaper. Got some hydraulics and Glendale and stuff too. Pretty dope. Yeah. See, this is what I'm talking about, getting down. Trust my monkeys. Welcome. Wait till the chorus hits. Wait till that chorus hits. Tell me this ain't West Coast. That's me playing that shit. See? I don't fuck around. I got those EA Ski drums and I put them to work right away on a West Coast beat out of all things. But see, this is the shit that I'm talking about here. That is Arizona. That is downtown Phoenix. That is downtown Glendale right there. That is the neighborhood I used to live in. Glendale right there. Downtown area. They be doing that shit on a regular basis with theirs. Cruising's a thing. Lowriders are big in the Southwest. No matter where you're at. George G's. Welcome. Fucking bomber. A bomber with juice. What kind of shit is that? Yeah, we get it in. We get it the fuck in. So it's not like we're not doing anything on this platform. It's not like we're not putting to use the beats that we make. You know, yeah, we're just doing, you know, some goofy shit here and there, but, you know, in between all that goofy shit, you know, like making beats in a damn skate pool and doing our hardware jams in the skate pool. Look at when I shaved my beard for the first time in a decade. Shaved my shit to get all that decades old beard off of me. And this is all new. And in another 10 years, I'll do it again. Get this shit the fuck off of my face then. Yeah. They said stereo field. I was like, I got the perfect thing. How about this skate pool? With the Mini Freak. We don't just get down on this channel. We get down, down, down on this channel. It's not just beats. It's not just jams. It's not just lyrics, albums. It's not just synthesizers. This channel is way bigger than the gear we use. They're just tools that sound fucking excellent. It fucking sounds amazing, dude. Ass, it says right there. Look at that. just a casual Monday for us. Or what was it? It was sometime during the weekend. But we were lucky. You know, we had the sun, you know, going out. Yeah. My next thing right here, right after that West Coast beat, as I was going back to it, right after that West Coast beat, we did the Flight of the Navigator thing. That would have done a lot better in the algorithm had I not got all those copyright claims. But again, just using the EA Ski drums, some Serato. I sampled some Flight of the Navigator. A Reaper, Serato sample, EA Ski drums. Look at this up. Flight of the Navigator type beat. I put the videos up for the things that I sampled at.
You are wasting time. 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 You are wasting time.
We get the fuck down on this channel. We get the fuck down on this channel.
You are wasting time. You are wasting time. You are wasting time.
Oh, we can hook drop. Here it comes. And I even got him as an adult. Sampled him as an adult playing his guitar. Shit. You can't fuck with me. Where does a guy like me fit in on this YouTube space? Right the fuck here, I'll tell you that much. The algorithm doesn't think so.
You are wasting time. You are wasting time. You are wasting time. You are wasting time.
Algorithm don't like beats. Algorithm don't like you copyright claiming shit, especially if it's something like a Disney production. Certainly doesn't like that kind of shit now, does it? But this beat's hard as fuck. That chorus knocks. All the samples, look at it, it's all samples. It's all samples and drums. That's it. I didn't use any instruments on that. It was all the samples. Just the samples and just the EA Ski drums. That was right after doing that West Coast shit. What was that, right before releasing the sample pack? Yo, we got the iMac right after that. What the fuck, man? What the fuck, man? The EX came out right after that for the Phantom. You best believe we were first. 4.1 thousand views. Fine, whatever. We did the Phantom sample pack right after that. We did a whole thing on it. Not just the advertisement of it. Showing our work. Showing us putting together the pieces exactly how we did it. Exactly while we're doing it. quite the pack. It's quite the pack. It's quite the tussin. Jesus Christ. What else went on around that time? That was after South Dakota. Yeah, South Dakota, we did a whole thing. We went to a bunch of lakes and jammed out. That was like a year before all this other stuff. Making beats at the river at sunset. We get the fuck down. And I'm not saying this and putting all this out here to like toot our own horn. But this is where the financial conversation comes in. So this should answer some of the other questions that DL was having earlier. Kick himself out of popcorn. Ooh. 2 deals I found. Just don't know which to buy. Sub 37, one case for Innovation Peak for 800. As much as I love the sub 37, I would probably take a peek just because of that. Personally, I would take that. Huh. Okay, so we did a thing here, you know, because that's the thing about it. This discussion, while there's the financial discussion to be had, and while we're fucking going through shit here, especially right now with our moving, like us moving right now, it's not on good terms, but we're on good terms with our landlord, but financially we're not on good terms. We're leaving so quickly to avoid having the eviction, and then we're going to promptly file for bankruptcy. So it kind of puts these financial questions into perspective. But that's not the conversation here as much as it is the music and all the shit we do. You know? We got these beats. Got the jazz festival. You know? Making beats by the waterfall. Look at this shit. Look at that. There's my intro right here. I was wondering why I put that. Beats by the waterfall. There it is. Right here the whole time. That was alright. I don't think I'm going to use the beat. But hey, what are you going to do on the fly? You take the shit out in nature? I'm going to take the shit out in nature. And that's what we did. Why? Because we get the fuck down. That's just all there is to it. But that's the thing, like, you know, I'm not saying myself to, I'm not poking my chest out here and trying to stroke my ego or anything by saying this, but like, I mean, goddamn, how much shit do you got to do to make a living off this fucking platform? So to answer your question earlier, Trader to the Living, it's not really a money thing, but when you add the time, the quality of production, the quality of videos, the quantity of videos, and then you see how they move or don't move in the algorithm, and then you look at your financials, the ends don't meet. And time is one of the most expensive things on the face of this planet. Even more expensive to us who do music. Our time is precious. Even me sitting here or standing here talking this shit. You know? I'm not saying it's a waste or has been a waste of time by any stretch. It's just the people who show up to this platform don't show up for the sake of supporting people who do music. So I incorrectly thought that my quality of work would support the weight enough to sell enough copies of my albums, to sell enough sample packs and do whatever. You know, like I said, I'm not saying this to have that conversation, but the balance is off. I'm putting way more work in than I'm getting back, but the stuff that I'm getting back universally, these unmatched experiences that, you know, you can't place a price tag on. But that's music. And that would happen anywhere. It's just the global platform of music has me jamming with Kent and Robbie across the pond with our friends in Indiana. You know what I mean? It has us communicating with Dr. Mix. You know, I think he's in London, right? Maybe he's not. I don't know. I don't want to say. He's close. Somewhere around there across the pond. My bad, Claudio. So, yeah. So I thought I'd do an experiment here on our 4-year anniversary of music. I thought we'd do it here, and I'll just leave this running for a while. I won't put up the whole thing or whatever. There's no ads in it. We have video, we have visuals to go with all the music that we've made here on the channel. Why is it not popping up the whole thing? There we go. Stop that. See, it's still doing the clip thing. Are there chapters in here? Oh, okay, there are chapters. See, I put them in here. Now maybe it'll run it all the way down instead of clipping it like it was before. This was our very first thing that we did here musically, really. God damn it. Stop doing that. I don't know why it's clipping this shit. Like, why is it just clipping it? Why can't it just take the video and play the damn shit? Oh, you know what? I'll just play it on here. How about that? I win. Nanny nanny boo boo. Stick your head in doo doo. There we go. And it's smaller, so it looks a little better. Yeah. Music tube, yeah. Oh, shit. Polybrute 12. Yeah, damn. Yeah, so we do have a Bandcamp over here. But this is what we did. We hit our 4-year anniversary here on YouTube. And as we hit our 4-year anniversary, I started thinking about it. I was like, God damn, we did so much. And look, just pay attention to the things that I'm skipping over here. We're 2.5 hours into the stream. Just think all the ground that we've covered and the stuff that we've already done so far coming into this platform, and all the stuff that we skipped over or just like glossed over, really. You know what I mean? This is a lot of shit that we did. So I started thinking about it once we hit our 4-year anniversary here on YouTube. I was like, you know what? I'm going to do a playlist and put that playlist on live like a radio playlist, right? But then I thought about it because we did video to mostly every single piece of music that we did. We have a video attached to it. So I was like, well, why don't I just attach the videos and make a playlist that way? And that's exactly what we did. It is 2 hours and 59 minutes of music that is not all the music that we've done here for sure. But it is what I feel is the best representation of the music that we've done here. There's a lot of pieces. And you're seeing that whole list down the road of all the shit here. And this was just with my cell phone over here. Just putting music behind it on the Phantom. I did this piece before we even started on YouTube. I didn't even put this on YouTube until afterwards. We went, what was it, down the coast or whatever, and searching around. That's why it's the first Environments beat. That's why it's the first on this piece right here. But I did something with this video. Because nobody shows up here for music. Nobody shows up to this platform for doing music. Oh, damn. Crazy. That motherfucker's on that poly brute. On that poly brute. So I thought it would be interesting to put 4 years of music all in one space in video form. And I was like, well, you know what? I'm just going to attach my Cash App to the corner there. That way, if anybody wants to donate, they could just throw it on the thing. I got like maybe a couple hundred views out of this. Maybe less than 100 actually for the first. I actually promoted this video on YouTube. I paid, I think it was $20 or $50 or something like that to spread it around to get it above 1,000. And once I got it above 1,000, I was like, you know what? I'm not going to monetize. I wasn't doing it for subs. I was just doing it to get the music around so people could gravitate to the channel. But nobody wants to be here for musical reasons other than the other musical people, which is cool for me because that's who I want to fuck with anyway. I want to fuck with music people, not people that are trying to be content creators and pretending to be music people by having a bunch of equipment behind them that they never touch. Not to talk shit about this person, but he don't give a fuck about me. You ever see Busyworks Beats touch a synthesizer ever in his content history? He sure as shit has all those synthesizers behind him that don't belong to him. You know what I mean? Not to talk shit on the man, but goddamn, you spend that much time on this platform, you got that many subscribers, got that many views, and you ain't touch your synthesizers. You stand. That's a poser. That's a poser. Look at this is our very first Phantom Friday project. Our very first Phantom Friday video. This was the very first video that we posted on YouTube as a channel. Was this one. It was this one. Our first beat, our first Phantom Friday beat. And I had the cell phones going, one over here and one over here on the other side of the keyboard stand. And I just had this UV light, and I just record me making a beat, just cooking. Just cooking. And I would do these Phantom Friday episodes. Yeah, I would want new in a piece of gear like that, in a big flagship piece of gear, for sure. For sure. So you do these things after a while and try to do things that work. And out of all these beats, out of all these albums, after all this music, the sample pack, the Freaky Tussin', which I donated to Pro Synth Network. So if you're a member of Pro Synth Network, you get free Freaky Tussin' with the code that's provided. So, I mean, this is my production going into YouTube. So yeah, dope stuff. We get down. We've always been getting down. Now here comes the question. Has it been worth it? Well, realistically speaking, in experiences, of course it has been worth it. Of course it has been worth it. This is Destructo's Drive 3. Because he was driving back to California. It was like the third time. And we made a beat the first time that he was on his way. So we said, you know what? We're going to do another one. I love this piece. I really like this piece of music here. 100% the Phantom. All the Roland Phantom. Yeah, GTA clips. That was right. It was right the time where they announced GTA 6 and showed the clips from it. So this is half GTA 6, half GTA 5. And yeah, it takes a while to edit all this shit in. But it's not as bad as editing content. Editing content's worse. This is only a piece of music that lasts a couple of minutes. And it shows right there in the corner what album this is on. I told you, these albums ain't on no bullshit. It's what, the third piece? The third album. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It goes a different piece for each album in cycles of 5. So one for each. 5, another 5, another 5, another 5, until it's the end. Starting with my favorite up in the front. Just went through it, yeah. Yeah, GTA 6. So this is where the GTA 5 clips start. Pretty funky beat to make on the Phantom, huh? Got all these fucking ravers. Desert Raven on GTA 5. There was this club pack that I was like, oh shit, I'll just take the B-roll from that. They're all dancing and shit. Fucking GTA Destructo on the turntables. I love this beat. I really like it. I'm really a fan of how it turned out. Probably like 4,000 hours. GTA. Yeah. Yeah. See, I would do that if I wasn't doing music. I played a little bit of GTA 5, but quickly, and then get off of it. You know? You got a choice. You either make music or you play video games. That's why I don't hang out. That's why I don't do shit. But I do shit here. We're always active here in this YouTube space. Which is fine. There's nothing wrong with it. Especially when you have these monumental experiences and this dope music to produce along with it as the soundtrack. There is nothing better. So it's a great platform. I give it to the platform. But what we're doing here is so much bigger than the platform. We already played this one, so we could skip past it. We were playing quite a year already. We'll go to the 29 Phantom. There we go. That way we're not rehashing some of the old tracks in the background. This is all we used to do, Phantom Fridays. And the only thing I did was clipped up some clips from the Max. Because that was my favorite cartoon in the late 90s. It was MTV's Oddities. The Max. And the Head. Aeon Flux. What was that other one? There was another one too. There was another one, I forgot what it was. But that's the thing about it. That drill track that got me into rapping from our friend in Sweden, I still haven't recorded that track. Well, I recorded it, I haven't mixed it yet. But I still have another verse to give to somebody else on the second half of that track. You know what I mean? I got all those songs to record on for the Fun album. I got songs that we started on here on this channel. It's just these things keep popping up. And it's not just stuff that's within the zeitgeist. You know, a new piece of gear comes out, need to talk about it. This happens, you need to talk about it, that and the other. You know, it's nothing like that. But there's also life to be living. Let me get the other view here so I could talk about this, and I'll just have that going on in the background so you guys get both of it in here. That way you guys get it in the background and it's on and playing it. MTV Europe is shut down largely because of YouTube, etc. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it sucks. Yeah, I had to explain the history of MTV to Lil Tussin the other day. It just he was like, wait a minute. There's a channel that shows nothing but music videos? Blew his fucking mind. So I laid it on him. I laid the history on him. This is perfect to have on in the background, especially because tucked down there. What are you, down there? Dope. Dope. So the thing is, this is it. The Roland Phantom is a $3,000 piece of gear, flagship. Did I make my return off an investment with those albums? No, absolutely not. Did I make my return off investment with the experience? Hell yeah. But baby can't eat experience. Here's the deal. This is where the financial conversation comes in. It's not that we're trying to do all this stuff for money. It's not that we're on YouTube for money. It's just the amount of time that you need to spend on this platform to build on a channel, both on and off camera, is all stuff that you have to foot the bill in for yourself. The equipment, the plugins, everything, the knowledge even. I came into this YouTube space with the audio production technologies degree. Nobody cares. Nobody gives a shit that I started on this platform with a Roland Phantom. That didn't give me no street cred. It didn't matter that I kept making beats over and over again and I showed off my production skill. Only a select few. That's for the destructos out there in the world. And you know what? People like that can't be replaced. You know what I mean? One of a kind. But that's the thing about it. You attach to people who are also like-minded individuals. That's why we have the people in the audience that we do here on the channel. I know a lot of people. I have a lot of friends, and that's why you never hear me shill. I never oversell anything. I'm not here like, yo, buy this shit, do this, buy that, do this. Because it's not up to me to sell a product, especially a product that's not mine. It's not ours. You know? Linda Sod, welcome. Who's been coming with the 1-2 every Christmas and New Year's for the last 2 years. Jesus Christ. Just like all of a sudden, just the holiday season brings that meme game out, and you just got it. Appreciate you, my friend. Yeah, tired of the circus. Yeah, and that's the thing about it, the circus. It's the same like dozen or two creators that take up all the space in the algorithm in this musical space, in this musical niche. Because they're talking about zeitgeisty shit or whatever, and they got all the numbers. And I'm not complaining about other creators and other creators' numbers. You know, do what they do, more power to them, whatever, you know, word. But when it's a source of contention and negativity and, you know, they're not really making music, and like when they are making music, it's kind of half-assed thrown together. You know, they're kind of half-assing their everything because they don't need to do anything but half-ass it and just collect residuals off the views that the algorithm will allow for them to have. You know, and it sucks as a new creator. It sure does. You know, we're on the outside looking in, but we're also on the inside looking out of a lot of these monumental spaces here, these pivotal turning points, like 1,000 subscribers, being monetized for a couple years. You know, it hasn't been that long, but like, you know, it's been a couple years being monetized. And, you know, we make here, let me pull it up real quick. I have it on a recent thing, I think, over here. Let me hope I'm in the right space over here. Here it is. I'll show it to you guys. Make sure I got it right in the space over here. See that? There we go. That's what I got paid for the year from YouTube. Being at the stature that we are, the channel that we are at, the amount of videos that we put out, the content we do, since being monetized, we've been monetized for a couple years. Mostly all of this is memberships and donations. Like almost none of this is ad revenue. For one, we don't monetize a lot of our videos because when you monetize anything, you don't get paid for that monetization unless the video exceeds 1,000 views. In our niche of a niche, in order to exceed 1,000 views in the content spectrum, you have to do zeitgeisty type shit. And right here, us being the channel that we're at, and the 2,300, we've lost a couple, I'm sure, since this live stream started. 2,369 people. I mean, the upside is, out of the 2,000 plus people here, most all you guys are serious musicians and people who give a fuck. But still, the people who are really down for you, you know, and I'm just going to call out a few names. I already said Destructo, who was on our live stream since day one. You know, Carbon Vibes, for sure. Even who we called Creaxing, which turned out to be Critic. All of our channel members here. Like, seriously, it's a big thing to do that. Here, we'll skip over this. We'll skip over this being in the background. There we go. Here's me on the roads. There we go. This was 3 years ago, I think. Yeah, and this was Studio One. I mean, the fucking diversity in our content here is crazy. Yeah, Observer of Thoughts. Yeah, you know, and shout out to EA Ski where we met. And shout out to Sarah Tewell and Curtis King who are subscribed to this channel. And those bigger creators on here who really pay attention to people who are doing it. Because it's like I said, the music people are the music people. You know what I mean? And if you're, you know, making it in a real honest fashion and doing what you do, you know, like-minded individuals. But I mean, shit, we were just talking about Reaper, EA Ski drums, and samples and shit. Now we're over here with Studio One, motherfucking Rhodes V8, and a goddamn API EQ. The Roland Phantom. You know, the Mini Freak. Yeah, they're all tools and shit, but we've been using these tools and getting down on this channel. But we're such a small niche to where when I put up 4 years of music, when I put this up on here, some of you guys watch it. Most people don't. And it's because YouTube doesn't show them it, because YouTube doesn't want to show this. They don't want to show our own audience our own work. But out of this, I was just testing the waters, putting our Cash App here in the corner. Not one donation. It's not about donations, really. It's about selling the music. I don't care about getting things. That's not why we're here. We're not here for handouts. We're not here to have you guys work our rent over here and pay our bills. But we are here to get down and make the music and sell that music. The same way that we sell our merchandise. And even though we have a lot of support out here, you know, and the memberships make all the difference. That little piddly amount that I showed you right there on the screen right now, most of that's you guys making that happen. We have about a dozen or two really solid supporters here on this channel. Out of all the 2,369 subscribers on this channel. And it makes all the difference, because it's the reason why we're able to do what we do. The reason why we're even able to get on. The whole reason why we even got on in the first place is just doing the music and do what it do, because it's a cool environment. A lot of cool shit happens when you're doing it. A lot of timeless music is made when you're getting lost in the sauce. This fucking song. Oh my god, this song. Yo, I brought it back. I brought it back. Brought it back to the late 90s with this one. Just take a little detour over here. Here we go. Roller Tussin with the glow sticks. Also with the Roland Phantom. Only the Roland Phantom. I made this during a live stream. Started dancing to it like I'm dancing now. If you call this dancing, cut it up. Getting down with the anime in the background. That's the Roland Phantom, y'all. Through the SSL 4K transformers. I just bust out the glow sticks in the middle of the night. I was like, yo, I'll bust out some glow sticks in the middle of the night. Y'all can't fuck with me. Visuals are dope. But yeah, this is the kind of shit we be doing on this channel. And that's just me going in the back room and dancing. You can tell my arms are getting tired. But yo, that's the shit I'm talking about here. Here, let me get this back up. There we go. That's the polyphony skipping. That sound you just heard right there, that was the polyphony skipping in the Phantom. Sounded fucking dope with this track, didn't it? That shit worked. That's why I didn't complain too much about the polyphony skipping. I'm like, for the production we make, it actually works. Polyphony skipping on the enzyme made this shit into a fucking dope ass effect. Dope track, appreciate you. When I have my older glasses, they had the reflective. That skip right there, there goes. Listen to this crescendo here. Skipped again. Sounds great though. Telling you. Yeah. We get the fuck down. Yo, Phantom Friday. What is this? Episode 18? Since the beginning of this shit. And it was after all this is that fool said, I don't look like I know what I'm doing on the Phantom. Yeah, sure, buddy. I only have 5 instrumental albums made on it and all the work to show for it on video that you could realistically look up yourself on YouTube. Fucking stupid ass. Showing exactly everything. Now I could do walkthroughs and tutorials and do all this stuff, but like, I'm all for the educational element. I'm cool, but like, when's the music gonna be made? You know? And it's not that I'm like, I have this contention about the music being made, like, yo, you know, like we don't have time for anything else. But it's just one of those things that you look back and you look at the amount of time. And with all these things taking shape, I always said if there was ever a situation to where we can't afford a living and I'm over here spending all this time on YouTube, I'm going to get the fuck off of YouTube. I'm not going to spend all this time on YouTube if my time's the most valuable asset that I have and it's being allocated to get the fuck down, and me getting down as a result of that hardly moves in the algorithm because the zeitgeist is what the zeitgeist does. But more importantly, most importantly, there's not enough eyes and ears on this channel to be able to sell what I need to sell musically. And it's not that I'm trying to sell and that's my goal here. It's that the people who really support you as a content creator, as a musician, it's already far and few between. You take our niche of a niche of a niche of a niche and throw it up on YouTube, it's even further and in betweener. You know what I mean? Or farther. Is it farther or further for that? Could be used both ways. Anyways, ought to rap over my last popcorn track. I probably will. Shit. I hate people move over to Twitch. I mean, that's for kids. Yeah, see, and that's the thing about it. This is the thing. Let me take it to the next, and then I'll take it to the next, and then instead of having it in the background. Now I'll turn it on in the background later when the time comes. When the time comes. This is the thing about it realistically. yes, there is a solid reason why this fun album hasn't been finished, why it's not complete. Where is it? There's a reason for that. You know? And the reason is because we've been getting down here on YouTube, enjoying ourselves, having these monumental, life-changing experiences. Life-changing experiences that are unmatched. You can't put a price tag on that at all. But what you can do is figure out a way to work the system to your advantage. But how does that work out to your advantage if all your time is consumed between your personal life and your YouTube life, and you're trying to what? Wedge music into both of those things? No. No. We do the music first. We can't do the music without the family situation in order. So there's already that. But the family situation, you know, it's like, to put this into perspective. You know, most of my stuff here, the albums are like $5 a piece or whatever. You know, I think the Tussock hits like 10 or whatever. You know, they're small amounts. They're not very much or whatever. But out of the 2,369 subscribers as of right now, there's like maybe over the course of all my shit, a dozen people who've contributed to that point and actually are interested enough to actually support that level. Not knocking you guys or trying to guilt you guys into buying my shit. I'm just saying the perspective of the amount of views that we get, the amount of views and the amount of views that we get on the live stream, the amount of work that we put in, the amount of music that we put out, and the amount of stuff, what the fuck? The amount of stuff that we do on here. Like I said, we've proven ourselves. We've proven ourselves to do the music. But we do not play ball with these companies. You know, we don't play ball with the zeitgeist and hit them with, you know, whatever hell is in the thing. And we could, and it'd probably make all the difference financially. But I'm not going to trade quality for quantity. Even if it means a financial benefit. I would rather the people who really love the music that I do and the stuff that we do over here to be involved. You know what I mean? I've met a lot of you guys. And that's the thing that's funny about this whole thing. Like when we went to Indiana, you know, when we met up with Symptoms of Reality and, you know, we did the podcast over here. And it was like, how many people have you met in this YouTube music space? I'm like, actually quite a bit in person. Besides you guys in Apollo, I don't know, like 20 or something. You know what I mean? And it's just the developed relationships. It's just those will always come with it. But we got this album that we're still sitting on. And the reason why we're still sitting on it is because we're doing stuff over here on YouTube. But we got this other album that we're working on. So, hanging out with friends, basically, yeah. And it's cool. I love hanging out with you guys. It's all cool. It's all fun. You know what I mean? But like I said, you know, there's a reason why I don't hang out with my friends. Because I'm over here making the music. You know, that's why most of the shit that we do on this channel is shut the fuck up, make the music. You know what I mean? There's shit talking out there, stuff going on. Fuck them. Make the music. Oh, it involves us? Okay, fuck them. Let's make the music, talk about fuck them, and get back to the music. That's exactly what we do. And that's exactly what we've been doing. But one thing that I could say here without ego, and I don't want you guys to take this the wrong way, but I'm just going to say it. And there's a few of you that are like this out here too. I'm an anomalous motherfucker. You see all this shit, not just all the shit we skipped over, but all the shit that I showed you guys that we've done here. Find one other content creator that hasn't put in that level of work. I'm not talking about the people with a lot of views that do all this stuff. I'm not shitting on anybody who's doing the work out here. There's a lot of people out here that are doing great work. There's a lot of people out here that are really making the most of their time on this platform, putting in the work and doing the music. That's not what I'm talking about. The diversity within our content quality, the diversity within our musical quality, the collaborations, the jams, the albums, the equipment, everything. Getting out there on the kayak and all that shit. You fucking tell me why that shit didn't fly in the zeitgeist. Some fools getting out here on the kayak with their NPC. Who else has done that in our niche? You have Suwat, who does it with his turntables across the pond. And then you have Ari, he has his setup walking around passing people the mic in New York. You got a couple other people that are doing things. I'm not privy to everybody. I know. No one, not one fucking person. Love Ari at home. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That kid's going places. I do music for me. If others get something from it, then it's a bonus. Yeah, most of us do. Most of us, that's what it's for. That's why we don't make money off the shit and don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? But there comes a time to where you can't make the music because you don't have the income to support your music making. Ari does kill it. But that's because of New York City. Yeah, I mean, he's been to other places. I saw him try to get down in New Haven, and he was like, Dad, it's like, yeah, you got to go to some urban environments there. New Haven ain't going to cut it there, Ari. He went right back to New York. He's like, nah, fuck this Connecticut shit. I'm right back home. For sure. So, yeah, with everything that we've done here, not to shit on anybody else's content, but how the fuck did me going live with the MPC Live for a couple hours, how did it not fly? I didn't do any copyright claim shit, and it was live. I don't care who you are, what you do, what you think. Making a beat on a damn kayak, especially because I did it the way that they like to. The long form live stream. I did it twice. I went out there a second time on the kayak. The algorithm gave less of a fuck about it the second time than it did the first time. I just had to do it a second time just to see. Where's this shit? MBC kayak, 2 hours, 7 months ago. Yeah, now it's members only because I turned it into mush. I chopped it up over here and put it into shorts.
We won't trail off here. And we could get out and cook. What the fuck is the fun in that?
Didn't mean to cough into the mic.
Y'all ready for it?
2 hours. Took my glasses off and everything.
Hang on this pole, hang on this pole. As long as I got my hand on the pole, pole. The things we do for fame. Subscribe!
Yeah, and I cut that into a short over here. Like all these shorts. So even the shorts, like what the fuck? Okay, so I made the live stream a members only gig, right? But then I after I've been doing the kayak in the river, look at all the content before the kayak shit. All of it. Let me put you on the big screen here. and show you guys this shit, because this shit's ridiculous. This shit is ridiculous. DJ Skills. Welcome. This shit is goddamn ridiculous. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. This is the short content. Before doing the kayak thing, before cutting up the kayak thing, we had Beats by the River. We had the other Beats by the River with the Live 2 going and selecting shit. The Synth and Pedal Expo. Not even 1,000 views. And it's even our niche. It's even the stuff we love. Uh-oh.
If you have it on slow right now, and then turn this up. Now.
Had a great time. Algorithm didn't have a great time with it. They said, no. Let's see, what's the most popular? Oh, go figure the most popular is the MPC. But yeah, of course it is, these things. But still, like, how the hell did these damn producer loses his mind in a kayak?
For fame. Subscribe. Good to see you too, Tree Root. Hey, Spiderweb. Cool. I told you that's the next stage of the channel. Y'all didn't think it was right away, did you? Neither did I. Hey, here we are.
2 days after I mentioned that we were going to get on the kayak. I was like, I think we're going to get on the kayak 2 days later.
Ends, I'll just hold on to the pole while we make a beat. Let's go.
I even cut my cuss word.
It just looks so goofy with the fucking vest.
I even cut the F word.
Just me taking that large breath made me feel like the NPC was gonna fall in the water. It's gonna happen. What are you gonna do about it? Nothing. The answer to your what question is yes. We out here. Now my beats will go viral. Now I got some real viral beats. Better fucking subscribe.
Yo, talking shit on Skechers, Curtis King. Look at, I got my Skechers on at the skate park. The beat hits different in Skechers. I even tagged Curtis King and Skechers. I tagged Skechers just to be like, fuck you guys. Look at it. 85 views to their knees. Bitch, please. Nikes. Khakis. Yeah, love that song. Yeah, we threw all these into short content. Cool. You know, all the way over here, the O-Face. And the synth swap with fucking... This was such a fun thing to do. Apollo Hanzo. Synth swap. Yeah. Oh, it's such a fun thing. But then again, 252 views. Pretty much Cubert's whole set. Just, yeah, word. I went with Rosie from Fun Family to go see him. Yeah. We be doing shit, man. We be doing shit everywhere, like everything. Look at it. Walking to a blues concert. There's that the blues concert going into that. See, we do this stuff anyway. That's why we're on YouTube, because we do this stuff. All I'm doing is hitting record. It's Little Tusson's favorite park. funky right away. Synth swap is dope, yeah. Look at that shit. Algorithm hates it. Algorithm hates that I went to the the Art and Music Festival. Yeah. Hates it. Hates it when I do stuff. Yeah. But yeah, this is just a reflection of everything. Oh, I even did a tour of the skate park with the gorillas in the background. There's the hole that I was in the skate bowl. Right here. The skate bowl hole. That's where I did my hardware jam. There was my view from the skate bowl. Watch. I was in there looking out. Now I'm going to get a claim because of doing that. Yeah, you know, between our content and live streams, it's just been over and over and over again, just relentlessly just doing shit, you know, talking about everything, you know, going out on the lake time and time again. New NPC kayak out on the lake, you know, getting records from the record store, everything that we're doing. Everything that we're doing that we would normally be doing anyway, you know. But then again, what we would be normally doing anyway is getting the music done. And we have been getting the music done for the most part. But there's that other thing of it. We need to get this album done. You know? Because we've been sitting on it all these years. And we haven't been able to get it done because we've been doing this YouTube stuff. But it's already been 2 years on this Hip Hop Undead album. It's already becoming like this fun album. So we have 2 full-blown studio albums to release. And if we really want to give an honest effort into making these albums what they need to be, we need to give it our undivided. We need to really take that time. But yo, I got 2 curveballs here. Remember that book we were talking about? Remember that book I'm writing about my family that I've been writing for over a decade? Well, there's something else too. There's the production lab to consider. I'm not going to throw this on the big screen. This is the business plan. This is a different version of it, 24 pages. So, yeah. This is to make a physical retail, not retail, but a commercial space. Virus Music, Viral Beats, and M Graphics all together. Making the production hub. A lot of you guys have seen this already too. We have sample layouts for it, you know, where we're going to have the production space, where we're going to have the music production lab. Got phase 1, phase 2, which is here. There's 2 sections of phase 1. Phase 3 is the campus. The build-out budget is $2 million. So this is what we're talking about here, folks. Like here, let me throw this up on the big screen real quick. I say big screen as if there's a big screen here, but there's no big screen. I guess nobody's jumping in the Discord. I forgot to even open it up for everybody here. What an asshole. Is there anybody here who is not in the Discord? I think I'm still on the thing. So yeah. This business plan, even though we're not starting at phase 3 of it, this is just the sample layout of the phase 3 campus. There's a production studio, a content place for like a podcast studio. So a podcast studio, a recording studio, a production studio, a main administrative building which has the merchandise area inside of that, an auditorium, an electronic music lab that is equipped with individual rehearsal spaces, and a main production lab. And that's phase 3. We still got to get phase 1 and 2 through. Not that we need to get through it or anything like that. But like, you guys know how much work is going to go in and how much work is already going in to this business. It's going to take a lot. You know, and for those who haven't seen before, where are we at here? Virus Music. Virus Music was established in 2006. And in 2006, as we established, we joined a venture partnership with one of my friends and did the retail store. Out of the retail store is where we had the recording studio and did our projects in the back. That was the first shop. You know, it wasn't an LLC, strike one. But yeah, we got 4,000 copies of this compilation CD made and gave them out at the Gathering of the Juggalos in 2006, you know. And then here in 2010, built my second shop. And with the second shop, it was a lot different. It's about 1,000 more square feet. You know, and I've gone through this with you guys before. Some of you guys have seen this and heard this story. I'm not going to go through the whole history of Paid and the acts. There's our stage. So what we're doing here, there goes Shock G on the Korg. Yeah, that was a moment in time. Talk about a monumental moment in hip-hop, music. My busted ass on the mic. So yeah, these moments. You know, and the reason why I'm showing these here, it's because I know what it means to run a business like this. And I don't say that with ego like I know how to do this and other people don't. I'm just saying I have experience doing this, and having these two shops really taught me everything that I needed to know about doing a third. I didn't want to do a third. You know, doing these shops really took out of me doing the music. But I have orchestrated a way to organize this. And yes, it'll make for great content. You know, having a business when you're building a commercial space, that'll be great for YouTube, right? Awesome. But one thing about building a business and one thing about running it and doing all the legwork from the launch point is that it demands a lot of your attention. I had to hire 2 people to run both shops, you know, so I could take care of the business. Now, I can't realistically take care of a new business launching in addition to everything that we've already been doing on YouTube. We just can't. You know, but we got to get these albums done too. This is the thing about this business. This is the thing about doing the production lab business. is that this time it's not going to be like before. There's not going to be an open retail store that's up for the public. It's not going to be open to the public. You know, it's going to be very specific hours of operations for clients, specifically members, people who are involved. But in order to sell what we are selling in the business, to be able to showcase what the business has to offer, there needs to be artists and work behind that business. I can't just go out and be like, oh, well, I got this idea. Let's do it. Now we got to go find the clients. Well, I know enough people to get it going and do it locally, fine. But what better case study than using myself, who has these degrees and years of experience and production capabilities and YouTube channel and all this stuff already in place. The infrastructure is already built. So it's pretty easy to show people like, yo, this is the first album that was 100% recorded, produced, mixed, and mastered by Virus Music. But this isn't for Virus Music. This business isn't for Viral Beats. This business isn't for the graphic design business, even though the graphic design business is going to be running the t-shirt business, and that's going to be a part of the business. It's a big thing to go through. But it's going to be a production lab so everybody could do what I've done. So basically say, hey, we know how to get these done. We could take care of these. We could take care of them in-house. If you want to just come through and utilize the production lab, utilize the recording studio, utilize the podcast studio. It's a hub for creativity, basically, for creating content, for creating music, for making music. And locally here in the town that we live in, it's perfect because it's a booming town. No matter what happens to the economy globally, this town will survive. I mean, barring a natural disaster wiping this town out, this town is booming. The waterfront's already done. We've got 2 amphitheaters. They're really investing in the arts. They got the Arts and Music Festival that happens every year. We have 5 record stores locally and the 6th one that just opened up in Camas. There's a lot of music going on here. We have the big venue over at the casino. You know, the casino's only 40 minutes from us. You know, so we have a place to put bigger shows if we want to do bigger shows. We could act as promoter to showcase talent and do things. There's also a curveball here. There used to be something here called Couve Fest, and it was basically like a rock festival for Vancouver. And it hasn't been active for like the past 6-7 years or maybe even longer. They're just looking for somebody to take it over and actually do the work to make it happen. Well, that would be easy to do if we had a commercial space, so we'll probably take over running Couve Fest every year as well. The infrastructure and everything that we have in place to get this shit going is going. We're done with the business plan for the most part. I just had to start all the way from scratch because I don't have Microsoft Word on here, and I ended up finalizing my last one without throwing it in Google Docs like a fucking dumbass. So because of that, I had to reconstruct everything from the very beginning. Luckily, I was able to cheat off of my old business plan that wasn't all the way done and kind of merge some of those things together. It's a big commitment. Yeah, do your thing. Wish you nothing but massive success. Yeah, for sure. Appreciate you. Thank you, Carbon Vibes. Sorry for being so late getting to you on that. So, yeah, it isn't just doing these albums and doing this music, which are way behind. 4.5 years, 2.5 years. And if we're giving this music our undivided and we're giving this music everything that we need to really sit down with it. And as we sit down with it, if we were going to sit down with it and do it here, it would be a lot of time, a lot of expense, and a lot of not music being made, because most of the stuff that is made is done off camera. We can't do everything. You know, as much as I would like to just keep the camera rolling while I'm sitting here doing recording sessions or whatever, that would kill our YouTube channel. You know, because people aren't here for that sort of thing. And I'm starting to realize what people are on here for the most part. But if you really want to make it in music on YouTube, you kind of have to be a musician on YouTube. So if you already have a musician channel or something going, we don't have our releases here on this channel, the virus releases. We may just turn this channel into the virus channel and have it become all that. I don't know. But what I do know is the amount of time that we've been spending. If we're going to be on YouTube, we get down. We get the fuck down. There's no way of pivoting and doing other stuff. It's going to be all-inclusive and continue to be all-inclusive. And unfortunately, we just don't have that sort of time to be all-inclusive right now, especially because not only the albums, not only the business plan, but we got to be out of here by Thursday, technically Friday. We're moving on Thursday. We don't know exactly what we're doing yet. We're not ready for this. We're not prepared to go. So we're going to be likely for a couple of months hopping from hotel to hotel. Weekly, maybe even daily for a couple of days. We're going to try to do the extended stay and stick around at the same place for 1 month. But point is, we're going to logistically be homeless until we get financing for the shop to be able to post up in the shop while we build. But having the shop in this business plan on top of this music, I just don't see where in that time there's time for YouTube. It's not that we can't put stuff on YouTube, but if you guys knew the amount of time that it takes just to put a simple video, even doing this live stream, I got to make the session. I got to type in all the details of the session. I got to create the thumbnail by doing the graphics to it, put it up there, and then, you know, get everything set over here, make sure things good. And Mama Tusson's at work right now. It's just little Tusson. It's a good thing this little fucker's out here making music and coding himself to where he's out there on the computer doing his thing. You know, he's becoming a lot more manageable because of his age, but now he's homeschooled and he can't handle doing the schooling out there in person. So public school didn't work out for him. So I'm going to have to take even more time and attention to take care of him and his schooling. So I have to take care of his schooling, get this business plan out. I need to buy some clothes, really. I still have that sports jacket, but I need to get some ties and some shirts and shit like that because I need to go meet with politicians and these government officials that hold the keys to the kingdom. I'm not trying to access the kingdom, but the kingdom access are the ones who have the financing, and there's a lot of grant money out here for music and the arts, and they're really trying to find a way to modernize the arts because right now they have the Vancouver Symphony Orchestra, which is their claim to fame, but most of the people that they're booking on the Music and Arts Festival are from Portland, not from here. There is yet to establish a local presence here in this town, especially when it comes to hip-hop. Now, there is going to be some politicking to do, some real legit politicking to do because they don't want hip-hop here. But hip-hop is everywhere, so they don't have a choice in the matter. It's here. And they don't want it to go where it needs to go, but that's the thing about hip-hop being here. The main demographic of this town that service this town are the ones who built hip-hop. The ones who love it the most. Synthesis too, but more hip-hop. And with there not being a hip-hop presence here in this town, there is a hip-hop community of people who are into it. And the bread and butter of this town are the schools. And the parents of the children that attend those schools, they want hip-hop in this fucking town. They love that shit. Rock too. They want that Coup Fest to come back. You know what I mean? There's a lot of synthesis here in the Pacific Northwest. I thought moving here from Arizona, especially from Phoenix, I thought that there was going to be a lot more music up here because there's always this talk about music and art festivals and all kinds of shit. Bullshit. Bullshit. There is great music scenes up here. There are great music scenes. But they suppress the hip-hop. Don't get it twisted. Even in Seattle, they suppress the hip-hop. Seattle's a bit more diverse, but they suppress that shit here. So I'm going to have to look my sharpest. Beards are acceptable here in the Pacific Northwest. That's not going to bother me. But I need to get some suits. And I need to go meet with the politicians. And the good thing is that I spent some time working in the schools over here, and because of my time on the executive board of SEIU, I already know our local legislators. I already have a relationship with some of these people, and they will understand front-loaded in the conversation that I used to work in the schools here. The reason why I don't is because I got injured and it took me out. That's why we ended up on YouTube to begin with. I would have never even started on YouTube the way that we have been if it weren't for 11 herniated discs. Now, they went down, and I was just getting to the process of completing that healing after all those years of being completely out of commission. 3 fucking years. You know, being immobilized to where I'm on a walker or some kind of device like a cane or something like that to get around. I was surprised I didn't need it for NAMM in 2022. That was the first test. Actually, the first test was us driving all the way to Phoenix the year before we went to NAMM. And, yeah. Suits and shoes are keys. Suits and shoes are key. Don't forget the fucking socks. You got yourself a good pair of socks that match your tie, you in like Flynn. You in there like swimwear. Know what they said? Portland had a few bad incidents with hip-hop events in the early 2000s, scared those in charge, just had a few bad apples. Yeah, and Tech 9, when he comes here, every other year he has to skip Portland because the only place to perform hip-hop in, really, genuinely, at a crowd his size, is the Roseland Theater. But yeah, Portland ain't Vancouver. They're completely different animals, and they're trying to establish here. That sounded weird as I'm referring to people as animals, but that's not what I was saying. They're trying to establish here. And with them trying to establish here, they need somebody who's been here. We've been here for 10 years now, so we're no longer, yes, we're transplants and all that other stuff, but we're citizens. But like, yo, when you're living on the low-income housing side of things and you still can't afford a living, don't get it twisted. It's not YouTube's fault. It's, you know, yes, you could say it's my fault because I've been here instead of working a day job, but there's a reason for that. You guys familiar with the channel already know. Wifey's been going through some shit. She spent a whole week at the crisis center. You know, the loony bin? You know what I mean? She's just recently been diagnosed with advanced bipolar or whatever and ADHD. I don't think it's advanced bipolar, but just bipolar ADHD and other stuff that go along with it. During that time, that was around the time that she lost her Amazon thing. So she was able to get her medical, but that medical only lasts 3 months. You know, then you're on your own. If you ain't healed, you're fucked. That's what happened to me. That's why I couldn't work for a while when I first started. So because of her anxiety and because of her other issues or whatever, she has a real hard time dealing with Lil Tussin and his energy. I handle it like a pro. He ain't get one over on Dad. I'll tell you that much. And I don't have the issues that she has, so like I could organize up here a little bit better to not let it affect me over here. So it just works better this way. But it doesn't, because we're at a point now, especially with his age, he's 9. He's not going to be 10 until July. He's not legally allowed to stay home alone until he's 10 years old. So we're stuck with him until then, but wifey stuck with him and me being stuck with them, night and day difference. Shit get done around here when it's just me and him, even if I'm over here fucking with y'all on YouTube. So there's a reason for all that. It's just we couldn't afford that pitfall. And then we started falling behind. And we made an arrangement with our landlord to pay every week. So we ended up paying weekly. And we ended up paying down our balance down to like only owing like $1,000 past due. But then they made this rule because it was the end of the year that we're not allowing payment plans anymore. You have to pay everything in advance. And another month was coming up. So we had the past due plus the other month, and we had to owe all of it right away, and we just haven't been making that type of income. So yeah, it has you thinking about the things that you're doing for money. Sure, it does. If I had 1,000 people buy one product from me at $5, that would be $5,000. $5,000 would change my fucking life right now. I mean, how pathetic is that, to where just a couple grand would be a life changer? Not a game changer, a life changer for us. But that's the thing about it. If we're at that point and we're still struggling and she's still working every day, I'm still, cramming away at this fucking YouTube shit while doing this music and, putting this business plan. I mean, the good thing about the business plan and greasing palms and everything like that, it only takes a few weeks. So we'll probably only be a couple weeks in the hotel before we get things going and kick things into high gear. It won't be a big deal. I have a salary worked into the business plan because I didn't do that in my other 2 shops. So because of that, it was crazy because I was living in the shops, building them at the same time, but I was broke while I was building my shops, but paying my employees a fair wage. So I take care of my people, and yeah. Let's see. Sorry, I'm just going through. Yeah, the socks. Yep. Sorry, sorry. Just checking out, make sure I catch up on chat. So, the here about quitting YouTube, it's not a question of should I quit YouTube, because it would just be a temporary thing just to kind of get things balanced out here, to get the shop up and running, to get going on these albums, to do what we really need to do. And if I take my brain out of the space of doing anything for YouTube creative-wise, we've already dropped off of being in people's chats already the last couple months because of the way we've been living and the shit that we've been going through over here. We've already needed to drop out of people's chats and kind of, bring it on home and do what we need to do. We still, some people we're religious about, we're always in Recon's chats, we're always in a few people. Swig. Welcome. Symptoms of reality. Welcome. To answer your question, yes and no. We do sell beats per se, but because all of the beats that I'm working on now involve me working on this album, all the beats that I'm working on are going to me. Nobody else is getting my fire. And I don't mean to say that, and yeah, it'd make a difference. If somebody approached me and gave me the right offer, sure. But building a business like this and doing what we're doing, there'll be room and time to sell beats. I have a few beats for sale. I still have my catalog of 10 for people to choose from. You know what I mean? But for the most part, most all our beats are coming to us. I have a whole catalog of old beats. I won't even sell them. Because production-wise, and that's another thing about this YouTube shit, you know, I've upgraded my production digging into synthesis the way that I have here so much. Everything that I'm currently working on is like my best shit. You know, that industry brat shit. You know? I wrote a song about it. You know, and this, I sampled this shit off of the first piece of music that I have in memory. In memory. Is it this one? The John and Vangelis. John Anderson. I sampled that shit. This is the beat that we made here.
Stardom greats I follow closely, closer than the nearest heartbeat, longer than expected.
Oh yeah,
great
industry brats. It's a bit loud. It's all good. All this shit. Doing this with T-Sketch. Watching you listening to the singsters like a vision position and acting to rap a slap in the face, actually using AI to guess on us. Think that we need it while they repeatedly look for ways to cheat us out of being created. State of hip-hop in a mental decline while they still talk like it's dying. The disrespect goes raw on the grind. Sign on the dotted line, everything's fine. If you don't, you're a pariah, and there'll never be a time. Dirty rats in a trap and they never get the life back. Losing it all, walking around like the Iceman, trying to act masculine in front of your fans. During performances you scream like you're feminine. Drinking lean at 43 like you don't have $1 million to leave it, but you're imagined to keep you out the streets. Acting entitled, never putting the work in, but feel nobody is worth it enough for you to consider the verses. Mickey D. Mickey D rappers. 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 Yeah. Uh-huh. How do you get the party lit with a court case against your own label over a battle you initiated? I think it's time to take your ball and go home. Instead of protesting shows you should have been protecting your own. This is what happens when you fall in a pocket. The Michael Jordan means stop it. The word is watching. We all take all this obnoxiousness. Hip-hop's biggest loss and we've been glossing over others, and it's costing you a fortune every time they make another diss. This is a Drake diss. Fuck that guy. Yeah. When you don't write your own raps, then go on the attack. You get embarrassed so fast, there ain't no turning back. Industry brats. Yeah. And I made this right here on the channel. Yo. Dope shit. From R. Kelly to the Diddy parties, they're really not like us. That's why the industry is punked. Still FTI until the day I die. They're a bunch of thieves using all the music for the Ray I. Best rapper alive, but not even the top 5 for most people in life. Being an actor while you're playing a rapper, performing someone else's track doesn't buy you way into hip hop either. And then T-Sketch comes in right there. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. So, there we go. Traitor to the living. Sorry it's so loud. Yeah, I had the volume cranking on that one. Take a break if needed. You got a lot going on. Family first. Stress is terrible for you. All the best, bro. Yeah, I appreciate you. Thanks for the super chat, man. Like, seriously. Like, Traitor to the Living, you're one of those dudes, like, I met you pretty early on in the chats over here. Like, you're one of the guys that we were talking to on a regular basis that were like, yo, you know, we just, Music people connect to other music people, regardless. Sounds sick in my headphones. Yeah, Friends of Mr. Cairo. Yeah, I didn't even mention the name of that. Friends of Mr. Cairo. That was the first piece of music I ever remember hearing in my entire life. I was a baby when it came out. 81. All these years later, not only did I sample it, but I made a fire-ass beat. And not only did I make a fire-ass beat, but I'm dissing Drake with it. And it ain't just Drake. It's all the other Mickey D-ass rappers, you know, or actors trying to be rappers and shit, you know, trying to play that tough guy shit, you know, while behind the scenes and in front of the scenes doing some bitch-assness, like filing a court case, trying to get these content creators. That shit was fucked up. Yo, Marilyn, I hope you're doing good with your recovery and shit. Shout out to you. Yeah, so it's just like all these things here. I mean, these are just the bounces that we have here. Here, with what we've been doing right here. You know, it's crazy the stuff that we've done here. But yeah, that track is gonna hit. You know, dirty rats for you. Yeah, we still on Cresshead. It's a lot to go through. I ain't going through our whole history here, but that's the thing. The question of should I quit YouTube? You know, there comes a time, and the thing is, everybody uses YouTube for other things. If I were using YouTube for a money thing, yeah, we'd be out. We'd be out. Fuck it out of here. But I have enough work. We have enough work here. We have enough product out there. Even with our clothes and shit, our merchandise, we have all kinds of shit. If we can't sustain a living with what we have now, not the stuff we're working on, the stuff that we have now, then there is no point in being on this platform doing anything. You know what I mean? Because what the fuck are we doing here? You know, if we're trying to make a living and we're over here not making a living because we're over here hanging out and doing music. While it's fun and I love you guys, you know, life is more than just a hangout. You know what I mean? If we all hung out with our friends all the time, we'd just be hanging out with our friends and not getting shit done. This is a getting shit done channel. And if I got all this other stuff to do that involves getting shit done, like building a commercial location, and then we got to figure out where the fuck we're going to live. Because we may be cool to not have the eviction, but after 30 days, that balance is going to show up on our credit report. And it needs to. That's how we're going to go through with the bankruptcy. We need to. Sure. But we will not be able to get into another place with a balance of over $5,000 hanging over our head. But I talked to our landlord, and she said, you're going to get a good reference from us. But don't wait too late, because if it's too late, when you guys get a place, and they ask me, I'm not going to be able to explain the balance. You know, two things that will kill your ability to get an apartment or a housing situation in a lease agreement. That's having an eviction or owing an apartment complex money. And we technically owe these fuckers money because they changed the game on us, and our weekly payment turned into having to come up with it all at once. And everything that we were doing on here and everything that my wife was doing and all the help, you know, over the time with my mom, like, yeah, still not enough to maintain things. And that's the thing about it. It doesn't mean that we're going to quit, and there may be some content. Like if I do a music video, of course it's going to come out in content. Sure. Nerve damage partial. Oh, yeah. God, I remember that conversation. Jesus Christ. Making my spine tingle already hurting. Yeah. Yeah, and that's the thing about it. You know, having an injury to where we had 11 herniated discs over here, I thought that we would never be able to perform again. Well, it's pretty clear that that's out of the way. You know, if I could just take a breath here and be like, unzip it, I put it on the table, sip it on the side, now you're about to catch a halo, if I got the right angle, I'll puck it up, they say for the scream, she brothers, you know, if I could just spit as it's a breath, because I could still, you know, hit the, in the thing or whatever, you know. Having a solid run, and I've said this before, we have a solid run in us. A solid run could only be a year or 2 years. But we got a good 5 to 10 years. And that's just as an artist. That's just as an artist, getting better with age and all that. As a business, starting out here in a developing town that's currently booming, right next to some multi-million-dollar condos, I think we'll be okay. We just have to make it through this little transition in between our current housing situation and kind of getting to where we need to be here on YouTube. But we're not going to get where we need to be on YouTube without the music. We have what we have and what we've produced on here, but we really need to get done what we need to get done over here with these projects. Two studio albums. 3 collaborative efforts, singles, collaborative efforts. And then another album. But wait. There's more. We have Favorite Shits, Volume 1, Volume 2, and Volume 3. One from start to 2000, one from 2000 to 2010, and another from 2010 to current. All of my unreleased music, B-side stuff that I never put out, going to be remixing a lot of the stuff. See, that's the thing about doing content. There's a lot of stuff that we're doing here that's content-worthy, like making beats and all that. You know what I mean? So I don't know that I'll ever go away from doing that as far as that goes. Yeah, take care. Appreciate you coming through. It's just, we're not going to go live with it anymore like that. You know what I mean? It takes a lot. And, you know, if there's cool shit to point the camera at, cool, you know. But, like, we got the priority here for the album is the Hip Hop and Dead album. That is the priority, is the Hip Hop and Dead album first and then the Fun album. This has become the priority. And that's what we got this for. That's what this is for. The MPC Live 3. Yeah. That's like saying I should quit vinyl or mini disc. YouTube is just a delivery format. Yeah. We're not quitting music. It's just... But that's the thing. Don't get it twisted. Just because we got one of these MPC Live 3, this was a Christmas present. My mama gave me that chain. My mom says I'm cool. I told you guys when we were at Guitar Center. We ain't getting one of these. Shit. We ain't get one of these. And guess what? The day after, Mom's was like, yo, I ordered one for Christmas for you. So it was a Christmas present. You want to talk about the other equipment? I'm like fucking 4 payments behind with my Zound shit. Financially, we got to get our shit together. And we ain't going to do that here on YouTube. Here's the recipe. 3 vertical live streams a week doing exactly what you're doing now. Never change the camera angle and it'll pop. Play tracks from an album streaming. Yeah, and see, that's kind of the thing of reformatting. You know, there's a lot of ambient shit and all that other stuff. It's just, for the music space to pop, you have to play by their rules and do what they want to have. And yeah, we might get the time to do those things and get done here. Uh-oh. Doorbell detected. There we go. I can see what you're doing. Haha. I'm watching you. All you motherfuckers. Yeah. Yeah, Sin Samurai is completely right about this. Mozart 5. Vertical, what gets shown and algorithm pushed. Yeah. So when we do vertical live streams, those things fly in the algorithm worldwide too. They don't just fly in the algorithm, they really shoot them around. Which is fine, there's nothing wrong with that. But like, we've been doing those vertical live streams for almost 2 years now. Has it made the difference? I think so in the algorithm. But has the algorithm made a difference for things? We keep getting new subscribers. So, I mean, usually when we do live streams, you know, we're getting more people involved or whatever. Hey, we got our subscriber back. Good for us. Good for us. Good for you. Thank you. So now we are officially at that, what is it? 2,370. With over 20 years of consistent mixing experience, I would be selling those services every chance. Yeah. You can make $1,500 a week during rideshare, etc. Yeah. Yeah. Crazy shit, right? Yeah, so basically that's what I'm doing here. I'm taking this time to not only get this business operational and build this shit, which that will be cataloged. There'll be fucking content on that. You know, chances are I'm going to be recording content every day, and I'll just come to you guys on the other side of it, like this is what we did the whole time on video. But what I'm thinking about here is taking a full year. I'm thinking about taking this year. But the thing about taking a year is everything goes by the seasons, and with everything going by the seasons and the timing and everything like that, we hope to have the build out done by the spring. And if we have the build out done by the spring, you know, we'll be back doing some things on YouTube. It's just, we're not doing what we have been doing because there's no sense of it, because other subs don't mean shit. If you were trying to make money, it's watch hours that matter. Yeah. And our watch hours are solid here, you know, but that's the thing of it. We're not here for watch time and watch hours. We're here to make music, and then the people enjoy it, you know, and whoever enjoys it, they contribute whatever, you know, fine, you know, but we do have things that would make all the difference to maintaining a living, like buying our merchandise. I'm not saying that to guilt you into buying the merchandise. I'm just saying, like, when you have all this shit available for everybody, it'd help if you didn't call it shit. You know, we've really diversified our portfolio here. Not with only what we've done, but we also got what we are doing. And it's such a big thing right now, especially when you add the shop to it. But wait. There's more. We haven't even gotten to the book yet. The book. The book that I've been writing for over a decade. The book I've shared a few times here on stream that came from this family tree. And finding the family tree led us down this rabbit hole, this long story, this long convoluted story. Long. Of how our family helped establish this country long before it became a country. A lot of the folks in the military during the time The Revolutionary War and everything. Our family was all up in that shit. 1634 is when we came to this country. It wasn't even a country. It was some colonies. We came on the boat with Ann Hutchinson on the Griffin. That boat you see there silhouetted in the background, that's kind of like a sketch. That is a sketch of the Griffin. And the monument you see here, and I've said this before on the channel, I've showed this off a couple of times. The monument, that is Seventh-day Baptist Church. And our family are one of the founding families of that church and church system that spread all throughout this country. And some of them separated, dropped the S from the surname, and it became something else. Huge, huge bit of stories. I mean, I got a lot of it. And keep in mind how small this writing here is, folks. This is over a decade's worth of work. We got chapter 1, yes, but we have a part 1, which is American Indian Wars, is what they call them. 1636 to 1678. And that is all the backstory of the early American, Native American wars that they called the American Indian Wars. There is the Pequot War, Kief's War, or Keft, and then there is also the King Philip's War as well. So that's the whole first part. The second part is when we get into the Maxon family. Go through. We start with my 9th generation great-grandfather and his childhood and his time in England, coming down here in the boat with Ann Hutchinson. Chapter 7 are the passengers of the Griffin and the reflection of the passengers there. Maxon's Point, which is now Throg's Point, which is around Throg's Neck, New York, the Bronx. You know, that was called Maxon's Point. There was a massacre. Yeah, there's just a lot of... Yeah, I wrote all this. This is all my writing too here, folks. A double space or anything. Here's the Reverend that happened right here, King Philip's War. This one's kind of... This one I'm in the middle of working on, this chapter right here. But already got different ones like the Maxon Road one, which is here locally. The local one, the Maxon Massacre. The Legacy over here, which goes through this. And this is the earlier version of it. There is still about the name change, everything else. It is a long, long road going down the history behind this book. It is insane. It is my contribution to my family's history, but like, I'm not even working on that shit because of this YouTube shit. I haven't worked on any of this. Any of it. You know? So, let's back up here. Let's back up here. We got the 2 albums, right? We got the 2 albums, the book, and where's that goddamn thing? The business. This is the text form that doesn't have the pretty graphics that I wanted to show you. That's why I put it down here. And the business plan. So, with all these in mind, it's quite the spread. It's not getting better with these youngsters and their attention span. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, and that's the thing, like, the YouTube algorithm here is just doing its thing. It's not like it's got a living, breathing consciousness or anything like that. You know, it's just favors towards the popularity like everything else. It's just a fucking popularity contest. You know, we're not here to play popularity contest. I mean, maybe we will while we go out there and perform. That's another thing. We got to start lining up some shows now that we got our performance down. We got to really dial it in with this NPC, though, to do the performance with the NPC, because that will be dope. So once we do all that, though, you know, of course, we'll be showing off that video on YouTube. So it's not a quit. It's just you won't see us on the live stream for quite some time. Quite some time. And if there's any content to be done, it's going to be some monumental shit. I'm not going to pussyfoot and incrementally climb the ladder. I have some content that I'm working on here that's going to be done before we leave. We have a couple more events to do with some of our friends here. So hold on. Okay. Sometimes randomly get tiny channels video. Yeah. Yeah, well, here, let me show you something here. Let me show you guys something here. This is another thing, too. And another one. This shit here. Yo. Peep game on this. I showed you guys the other day, right? My Virus TV channel. Basically the dumping ground for my personal stuff. You know what I mean? And it does what it does. You know, it's mostly Little Tussin, you know, doing shit like this. I got him on a thing trying to finger drum too on one of the shorts too. Yo, where is he? Right here, trying to put together shit. Yeah, so, but yeah, this is a perfect example here. I did cranberry salad. Look at it. But this is the thing that I was talking about the other day. Look at it. Finally caught a Walmart restock. Look at all this, ladies and gentlemen. Fully stocked. He said they just loaded it up right now. Got some Where's the volume
Pokeballs,
at? God
got
damn
some
it.
collection boxes. Got the
Shut up.
lunchbox, everything. So I'm just waiting for them.
Which just before Christmas, 6.7 thousand views for this
Got a
video.
Walmart restock. Look at all this, ladies.
Pointing out the Pokemon restock. Look at it. Just showing this. 2.7 thousand views. Just showing me add a Pokemon Center ETB to my cart for the new set that's coming out on the 30th. And then, of course, we did our first live stream the other day where Apollo Hanzo joined us and he ripped his Charizard box. The virus pulls somebody stepping in to the Pokemon. And also he got a lead card here. Last pack magic about to lose on the Charizard UPC, and the last Phantasmal Flames pulls the third biggest chase card from the set over here on his first major purchase for Pokemon.
Apollo Hanzo.
Getting into the hobby for the first time. Here we go. Your introduction to the hobby. Charizard UPC and Mega Charizard Full Art. So it's crazy the stuff that gets into the zeitgeist. Pokemon's just a real big IP. But that's the thing about it here. Wifey's into Pokemon. You know, Lil Tussin's into Pokemon. But, like, seriously, there's money in Pokemon. over here worried about finances, get into some Pokemon. That'll clear your financial discrepancies up real quick. We got into it a little bit too late to make any difference now, but we're in it now. I have like over $1,000 in raw value in my collection, and that's not even my wife's collection and other stuff. And I only keep the hits. Go full Pokemon, get a bag. Yeah. Yeah, since Samurai, you're not the first person to tell. You know, it's funny because our friend I Am the One Son here told me the same thing. He's like, I put everything you got into, but that's the thing. I don't got nothing. I don't got nothing. If I wanted to put everything I have into Pokemon, I'd have to sell all this shit. I'd have to get rid of this to do that. And even though I'd make a return on my investment, you know, $1,000 goes a long way into this hobby. You know, it's crazy the money that we've made back. At like, I have a $200 card that I'm sitting on right now, and I'm not even going to cash it in because in another 2 years it's going to be worth a few thousand. So I'm going to grade it, and then I'm going to sit on it. You know, it's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, you know, okay, so here's the thing about Pokemon. Wife is into it. Little Tussin's into it. We've already made a little bit of, you know, things here and there. Yeah, and that's what I'm doing. You know, I'm doing Pokemon content on my other channel, and it's flying in the algorithm. You know? Then buy once you get cheddar. Yeah, that's what I was thinking about doing. And that's the thing with a lot of stuff. Because now that I know about the hobby, because my wife has been into it for almost 6 months now, and because I've been kind of guiding her purchasing decisions so she doesn't make any irresponsible ones or whatever. We've been getting into this there's a new Pokemon set that's coming out on the 30th. When NAMM is going on, there's something called PokeCon happening. We're not going to be able to make it to NAMM, and it's just a traveling thing. We're not going to be able to make that traveling and be able to make it there. So we're out of NAMM. I mean, if we had the ability to drive, but even with a decent car, we can't make it past that first hemisphere. Get that Pokemon money, yeah. Yeah, we sure the hell are going to. You know, got a nice list going on, and it's just yeah. And it only takes a couple $100 investing in the hobby, and that's probably what we'll end up doing while we're out here in these hotels, just to have supplemental income. It's already been working for supplemental income. There's also a gambling element to it too, but it's like I said, you know, my wife has been into the hobby for a few months now, and I understand enough about it to make some quality decision making, you know, as far as getting a return on the investment and everything. But I'm not trying to do Pokemon with my time. I mean, that's the thing about all this. Sure, these other things could make money and do things to help our situation. But when does it come to a point to where you're making money doing other things and you're just not getting music done? You know, the unfortunate thing about doing music is that you spend a lot of time working on stuff, not getting paid, waiting until it's done after you put all this investment in it, and then you start seeing residuals, you know, within that year of being released, just as long as you run it through the gamut, do the touring, and all that other stuff. You know, it's a solid thing, but the unfortunate thing about what we have going on is that we have 2 studio albums that are in that position. But the fortunate thing that we have is the Genetic Mutation album that we already done, our whole history behind us, and the 5 instrumental albums that we produced here on the channel. So the answer isn't as much as quitting YouTube as it is to make more money off of the product that we currently have. But in order to do that, we can't do that on YouTube. We have to do it locally. While I'm over here getting all dressed up and greasing palms with my business card and everything like that, it's like most of the stuff that I need to do and get things going over here, I have to do in person. So even though there's time to do things here and there and take care of some things, it's not going to take care of everything that we need to do, and whatever I invest my time into is going to take out from these things. It's going to take out from these things. I understand the book is my longevity project. That's my legacy project. It's not something that I could even work on right now. I got to wait till it's done. The fun album is something that is very specific project-wise. I'm taking my time with that. The priority here is the Hip Hop Undead album. But on top of the Hip Hop Undead album, the real true priority here is the shop, is the commercial location that is called the Production Hub. You know, putting the pro in production, putting the pro back in production, you know. Sometime you'll have time to take a, yeah. Yeah, and that's the thing about it. And that's what I've been doing. That's what I've been trying to do here, you know. It's just that I thought things were a lot different here on YouTube than what they ended up turning out to be. And after 4 years, I'm like, okay, well, doing it that way is not the move. Doing it the other way is the move. See, that's the thing about it. Going into this YouTube channel, I couldn't work. I couldn't do anything because of my back. You know, getting it back up and everything like that. But now I can. Now I can get out there and do things. But, like, seriously, like, it's just a matter of putting this business plan in the right hands. You know what I mean? It's going to take a couple weeks. Not a big deal. But what's going to take the time is building the business. Now, I may go live or do something while I'm searching for a commercial location, or I may just do one big content video of me building the business and then show up on the other side with a video of this business that I built in an hour or two video or something, or make a series out of it and do episodes of me building this business. I've built the two before, and I've done it by myself, you know, so I know what it's like, you know, for the most part. It's just a matter of getting it done the right way this time. Take care, Trader to the Living. Thanks for coming through and hanging out for so goddamn long. We're probably going to get off too here. Yeah, I just wanted to lay everything out on the table and let you guys know that we're not quitting YouTube in the sense of quitting YouTube. We're just quitting YouTube. You know what I mean? Like, it's not because of money. It's not because of the financial conversation, even though that's a part of it. You know, it's more along the lines of, if we want to give an honest shot to the music that we're developing, we have to give it our undivided. And before we give it our undivided, we have to execute this business plan. And even though we're only a couple weeks behind on it, we still are behind, and we still have this move to make this week. On Thursday is when we're moving here, and with minimal resources. So doing all this while we're doing all this is a lot of work, and it's enough for me to say, screw you guys, I'm going home, and there ain't no home to go to. No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm just saying, like, it's not about getting off the platform. It's about allocating the time to something that's going to be more productive. And now that we understand my wife's mental illness a little bit better, now that we have a little bit more resources to get things going, and now that we have everything that we need to move forward, the only thing that we need now is a location to operate out of. Which, you know, on the other side of the business plan, there's the operation. There's a location to operate out of. So what we're really trying to do is race the clock to make sure that this rent bill doesn't hit our credit long enough for our manager to say that she'll re-rent to us and beat this bankruptcy before all this shit goes down. So we just got to live until then. So we won't be going live anymore, really. We just won't. We just won't. You know, you may see some content, and the content will be holdover from the content that we've already... 5 videos. 5 big videos of content. I've been spending months working on some of these videos, some just a couple weeks. But yeah, we're going to finish those up before we have to move out of here. So that'll give, let's see, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We are doing a third ear with Symptoms of Reality. So we will be on the Symptoms of Reality podcast on Thursday, the day that we're moving. Our episode will air. And it's not going to be a Viral Beats third ear. It is going to be a virus third ear. So you guys are going to hear the bars, and we got a few things cooking up here. But picked a song from 2008 that has a whole story behind it. Picked my favorite song from Genetic Mutation, which also has a story behind it, talking about what music can do, and just kind of the history, rough history of my family and everything like that. And then, the third one will be the T-sketch. Even though we already did that on the popcorn night or whatever, there's a whole story behind that one as well. I wanted to do it on the other side of this other this Industry Brats track, but it is what it is. Not really a big deal. But this book will be probably like 5 years from now. I'm not even worried about it right now. We have to travel for that one. We have to travel, and nobody ever came into the thing, so. Streamer mode been truncated. Okay, so maybe nobody could come into the thing. Oh, well, we'll see. We'll see. Hold on. Yeah, I wanted to open up the Discord to everybody, but it looks like the people who are in the Discord, really, there wasn't any interest going on with it. So what are we doing here? Yeah, buddy. There we go. Just make sure I'm not covering people here. So, yeah. Good thing about Popcorn Night, there's no pressure to commit. Yeah. So that's another thing. That's another thing here. The hardware jamming. You may see us from time to time doing our hardware jam. So let me end it on this note, because I think I could do this, because it's a pretty easy verse to get down. So I want to end on this note because it's dope. Because it's dope shit. And whether it's this channel in person or in music, we're all about dope shit. I mean, maybe not shit. Respect the music. Where we at right here? Did I put it in clips or did I put it in history? I think I put it in history. I don't think I clipped it. So where's the history? Does that go before or after subscribers? No. Hold on. It'll be worth it, guys. I could just go to... Oh, no, I can't go to his YouTube channel because it doesn't show it. Where is it? Oh, here it is. Bam. Where are you? You could always tell by the Santa. Here he goes, right here. Shout out to John Alchemy. Made this beat, I just had to use it. I started moving my head and really grooving to the music. It's undisputed, I regularly do this, so it's my duty to put out another one to light your doobies up. Routinely fuck with hardware jams, cause they're my people now. Yeah, see, I got a whole thing to it. I can't even remember it. I gotta go through the whole thing again. Here, let me do that again. Let me do it again. I'll do it from the jump, and I'll just put my phone in my hand. I don't usually do the phone thing, so I'm not used to this whole thing, so I just tried to read it off the table. That wasn't going to work either. What happened? It clipped it? Why is it doing that to me? I don't know why it's taking every video that I go to and just showing it in clips. Just doing the thing should do it, right? My bad. When John Alchemy made this beat, I just had to use it. I started moving my head and really grooving to the music. It's undisputed, I regularly do this, so it's my duty to put out another one to light your duties up. Routinely fuck with hardwood jams, cause they're my people now. Across the pond and well beyond, tucked in the corner of this YouTube space. Yeah, I can't wait to do this. I'm gonna do this off camera. I gotta get it down. Salute to John Alchemy, who made this jam, who got me on the jam. I tried to spit that bar. It's too much, too many variables here with it. It's too new. Fucking kill this track. Fucking kill this track. Another one of those monumental moments. We did the secret jam-ta, and here we go. John Alchemy. Salute to him. Salute to you, my friend. I will be putting up and showing you guys the verse that I messed up on just now. So dope. What a jam-ta. What a jam-ta. What a jam-ta. I love that. That is just so dope. Yeah, neither have I really. You can tell he's been hanging out here on the channel listening. I was like, this sounds like the shit we've been doing the past couple days. I killed it face. Look at watch.
I don't bite.
Look, he does the oh shit I killed it face. He does the I killed it shit face. Look at watch.
I don't bite. Oh come on. I don't bite.
Here it comes with the I killed it face. There it goes. Right there. Yeah. He did the I killed it face. I know you guys are watching down there. I know you can't see as big as here, but goddamn. you're in the pocket when you got that smile on your face at the end of your production. You're like, yo, I nailed that shit. Nailed it. For sure. But yeah. Oh, I guess we could do it this way instead here. We'll do it this way instead. Here. Yo. How many of us have been influenced and energized to spend our time and money in these systems? How many of us are really free? I'm not. I have to work about 6 hours from. Yeah, that's how it goes, And that's the thing about it. This place is like the music industry, but on crack. It's way worse. They want you to do all the work, gain all the popularity, have things served up on a silver platter, so they could take a piece of your platter and give you a bigger platter. It's just so you could help work on making their platter bigger. And all that work in the front end of it, it's like if you don't have the means to do it on your own, then you ain't gonna have the means to do it, period. So speaking of which, we'll take the copyright claim and all that stuff. Go ahead. Yeah, he surprised me with that shit for sure. Take care, Marzar. Appreciate you. And yeah. We're going to end it out with a little Above the Rim soundtrack, a little history on this one. This is Pour Out a Little Liquor by Thug Life that was on the Thug Life album. And we're not going to do the whole thing, but we're going to do some of it. This song back in the day.
Pour out a little liquor for your homies, nigga. This one here go out to my nigga Mike Cooley. Sitting in the family. How you come up, man? I started young, kicking dust, man. Living rough, you watch your mouth around my mama, you couldn't cuss, man. I had a down ass homie, though. We ran the streets and on the scene at the age of 14. I packed a 9.
I got to dial in that weight.
We're drinking 40s, little shorties, living on the lives. You couldn't stop us, long as I got my Glock, fuck the coppers. Hanging on the block, slanging rocks and making profits. I couldn't fuck with the school life, I was a fool. I blamed a motherfucker for a tool, man. Tonight I beat it like that's what we thinking. Hustling in the rain, felt no pain, cause we drinking. Playing them hoes like manure. First let my nigga fucking, then I fuck, that's how we do it. There's 2 niggas coming up out the hood, living life just as good as we could. But since a bitch can't be trusted, whole snitch to the police, now my niggas busted. The cops whooping on my nigga in jail, trying to get a motherfucker to tell.
And we'll be sampling that too and doing content on it as well.
This my nigga, pour out a little liquor.
Because of down last year, but I still can't let it go.
This goes out to all you so-called G's.
Because of down last year, but
Pour
I
out a
still
little liquor for these real motherfucking pockets. Don't let the drink get like
Track
that,
was banging.
y'all.
Track is banging. Dope stuff, for sure. So basically, how it works is the algorithm here on YouTube. If you use somebody else's copyrighted material, you cannot monetize your video. And it also goes with other stuff too. So, like that one, I could take the piece out and then they'll let me do it. So they do copyright claims on just about everything that is out there in the space. But yeah, just thought I'd let it off with a little bit of Above the Rim soundtrack. Pretty dope stuff. Yeah, but this is what I'm talking about on the environment stuff here. This is it, y'all. Everything that we've done, it's been a real pleasure on this platform doing everything, connecting to you guys the way that we have. And the things that we've done, even the people that we've had fallings out with, it led to some pretty awesome music. So, those experiences are dope. I'm not stressed out about our personal stuff. That'll get taken care of when it needs to. I don't stress out about these things in general, especially because I know what's on the other side of this work. I know what's on the other side of this music after these albums are released. I know what's on the other side of these live performances. And I know what's on the other side of this business plan. That's just a matter of me, you know, going out there for a couple weeks and doing what I need to do to leverage the business plan and music career and everything that we've done over the past 20, 30 years, package it up and sell it into a business and be like, yo, this is it. And it's not that we're trying to make a business out of it. It's already a business, already been a business. We have been operating as a business several times throughout the history of our channel and music career and everything like that. It's just, with everything that we've done on YouTube these past 4 years, with all the music that we've made this time, everything that we have available currently, it is definitely a great baseline. It's a good starting point. It's a nice foundation to get a business started. And I have launched commercial locations with less, especially when I opened the Axe. Because when I started on the Axe, you know, I was in between, you know, things going on. Appreciate you, DL. Yeah, so, you guys won't be seeing me in the chats, you know, but I will be on the Discord. And one of the things that I wanted to do here is open up the Discord. I was going to open it up here in the Discord, but I'm going to leave this open for 24 hours. So those of you guys who are not in our Discord, which is traditionally members only, and a couple times, once a year, I open it up for our friends here and give a like a 24-hour time period or something, and let whoever wants to join the Discord membership free, you know, so you don't have to have a membership in order to join the Discord. Here it is copied, and I will pin it to the chat. If you guys, I will still be in the Discord for time to time. You guys could always communicate with me, get a hold of me whenever in the Discord. This link will be up for 24 hours, so you have 24 hours to get in if you're not in. And yeah, God, that cube shit, man. It's just crazy looking back at all the stuff that we've done and looking where we're at here. We definitely have a nice foundation moving forward with everything, but we really, really honestly need to get these albums done. And in addition to these albums, we really need to get this business plan out there because our lives depend on it. The Tussin family depends on it. Mama Tussin depends on it. Lil Tussin depends on it. We are all banking everything on this business plan right now because it's all we have, really. You know, and our friends and family and everything, you guys have been great. You know, it's been wonderful here on YouTube in this experience. You know, I wouldn't trade the experiences for the world, and it's not the money reason for taking a break and being elusive out here like this. It is just the work we have is so great. It's like I said, I'm an anomalous motherfucker. And right now, got 2 studio albums and writing a book on top of the fact of this business that we're getting a commercial location for. So there's a lot of really solid work to do that really involves us being away from this platform. And even though we'll be away from this platform here on this channel, we may or may not beef up our Pokemon proclivities on the Virus TV channel. So, yeah, appreciate you, Probes. So, yeah, there's a laundry list of stuff in there. When I say that I'm an anomalous dude, I'm an anomalous dude. You look at that Discord, there's a lot of stuff in there. There's a hip-hop selection. I make a section for NAMM every year. You know, we really go to town. I put every live stream that we're in. I put content on there from other creators, the random stuff. It's not very active, but it's active where it counts. With your addition, that makes us 64 members here. do what you can, whether or not you're supporting the channel or supporting as a group, you know, or as a just as a person, whatever you guys do, you know, because we'll be around. It's just we're not going to be around here. We're not quitting YouTube. We're just not going to be hanging around here for a while. So we are quitting in the general sense of what we've been doing. But we're not quitting music. Sure as the hell not quitting music. And if it weren't for music, we wouldn't be taking this break anyway. This break and this time off is all about getting these albums done. Because these albums are really the priority here. Really, really. Classic Hey. Welcome. Going underground, yeah. Going underground here, folks. That's cool. You know, we do what we do. I'm going to go ahead and take off this this live stream thing. I thought people were going to pop into here and we were going to do a group for them, but it's all good. Where are we in general over here? Are we in schedule? Introduce yourself. There we go. Observer. Observer of thoughts. Observer of thoughts, you should already been in here because you get the link with the membership. But it's all good. That leaves the onus on work onto you to do something. What's the main channel on Discords? I guess general on the top. So on the top here we got introduce yourself, we got general, and then we got the hip hop. And we actually need to put this all the way down to here. Where's the super booth? The super booth from 2025. I need to put it all the way down here. It won't keep going on it. Oh, it'll let me do the middle thing. Ah, there we go. Nam. I'll do it right before Nam. There we go. Oh, that's why, because I wanted to make it into a second channel. I gotta do something else over here. But yeah, general will be the main one over here for the channel. We have the YouTube-ish right here, which goes through our schedule, which you won't be seeing much on here. Our live stream when we're live, the YouTube feed, the Virus Music channel, which go ahead and subscribe to that. The Virus TV channel, subscribe to that. And other people's YouTube channels, other people's YouTube content. This is how much YouTube we support here. These are only the YouTube channels that we are in. And this is dating back, what did we scroll up to? We scrolled up to, oh, God. Yeah, so this is just within the last few weeks here. And this is after us taking a huge break. But yeah, we support a lot of other content creators here. That's why I posted that stuff on here. And yeah, bitch and moan about stuff. Mama Tussin got a YouTube channel. The Eyelids track. So great. We got a thing for gear, hardware, pictures of gear, plugins, software. We got every company pretty much has their own section. We have a music section, graphic design section, a battle rap section either. Got random stuff, food, weed, all kinds of stuff. So yeah, pretty solid Discord. Yeah, it's all good. You got it now. Welcome. So as we head out of here, word. Rock music. Thank you. I appreciate you. Dope popcorn night too. But yeah, we may still do stuff like that. You know, you may see a jam from time to time. You may see one of our songs pop up in Popcorn Night. You may see a music video from time to time. We're just going to utilize this channel as an artist channel. And even though the algorithm has pigeonholed us into a live stream channel, and they're going to hate us for dropping off like this, but I don't care, because we'll be back and you guys will be back. Because, you know, I don't care. I mean, the growth is one thing. It's all cool, you know, whatever, you know, but I fuck with y'all. You know what I mean? Like, you guys are already here. You know, anybody new is icing on the cake. So subscribe if you're not subscribed, whatever. Cool. But y'all who are already here, I'm already counting my blessings here. I love you guys. Genuinely. You know? And it's my love for you guys and this music that has me taking this break. Because I need to upgrade the content around here, and the only way to do that is to build this business and finish these albums. That's pretty much the long and short of it. Without doing that, I mean, we're chipping away at the bit and doing what we do, sure. Sure. Just remember, once this remaster goes out or whatever, that's one thing. And even though Genetic Mutation is on all streaming platforms, it's not going to sound as good as it does here with us. So stay tuned and keep posted on the Discord. Check the website. We'll be throwing new merchandise up from time to time. Let's go to the fourth wall dashboard. There's the Hip Hop and Dead shirt. Look at that. Cop some merchandise from our store. That graphics on his shirt sent Samurai. Hold on. Let's make sure we're good here. There you go. Where's the thing at? Ah, well. Yeah, rest in peace. Simply Risky. Rest in peace. Uncle Jerry. You know, rest in peace. Inky the Cat. You know? These things happen. And it changes things. But we'll be okay, you guys. Look out. We'll post up when the remaster is done. Like I said, we're just on the last listen right now and the last dial in. I think we got it. So, yeah. Appreciate y'all. Thanks for coming through and listening to the story. It's not a tale of woe. This is a tale of go. Time to get the fuck out of here. It's time to move. It's time to move on to bigger and better things. It's time to build this business. It's time to get these albums done. And it's time to really sell the stuff that we have here. You know, because it's not YouTube's fault or your guys' fault that I haven't been selling the 5 albums that we made here. It's my fault because I haven't been marketing heavily. And not only do I need to market more of that here on the web, but I need to do that in person. I need to get this local community bumping and jazzed up about this shop so we could bring hip-hop here to the Pacific Northwest in a real way so these powers that be aren't so afraid of it like they have been traditionally throughout the years. We'll see how it goes. Anybody want to join? You're more than welcome to join. Memberships are still here, open with. You'll still get membership content. You guys will see things move around with things. We really appreciate you guys coming through and being a part of this and just listening to this shit, really, you know, because everybody's life is different. Everybody's career is different. Everybody's music is different. Everybody's trajectory is different. What applies to one doesn't apply to all. So this one-size-fits-all popularity contest that the music industry has and them freaking out like they are with the AI and the live streaming and everything that they're doing, yeah, it's because of that. You know, people are more abstract and everybody's diversity and everything. Word, we're in the Discord now if you need us. Word, appreciate you guys. Thanks for coming through and being a part of this. And I'm pretty excited about how things are going to go in the future because, you know, going through this a few times in the album development and on the other side of post-production and shop building, it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of work. Way too much work to remain on YouTube regularly. So, never mind the absence, folks. You guys out here that are content creators, just know that I'll be lurking from time to time, and no matter whether or not I'm in attendance, I still support everything that you guys do. That goes for everybody, all the memberships that we've had, everything. That goes for the EA Skis, the Sarah Tuels, the Curtis Kings, everybody. Everybody. The Ben Jordans, the Symptoms of Realities, the Apollo Hanzos. You know, if I just go down the list and name all the names, it's way too many. The Synth Samurais, the Pro Synth Networks, the Kent Spongeses, the T-Sketch Beats of it all, the Critic, who we've been calling Creaxing for 4 years. Out in Sweden, our folks across the pond. I know it's like an acceptance speech, but seriously, I won't be seeing you guys for a while, and you won't be seeing us for a while. And I hate to cut and run with the MPC Live 3, but you might see some shit. Just got to reformat a little bit. We won't be at NAMM. We will be at the PokeCon, though. Maybe we'll be live at the Poke Convention. No, we ain't trying to get into the Pokeballs. You know, we'll join on Wifey and Little Tusson's proclivities, but as far as that goes, we're sticking to the music. And in sticking to the music, we're putting everything we have into it. We already did everything we need to do on this channel. We just need to take what we have done, keep promoting it, keep selling what we have, keep pushing what we have, and just keep doing what we do and helping prop up our friends and other creators out here and the community that we do support on here. Fuck all the naysayers and non-believers who be dissing on us and shit like that. They'll get another track just like Dame Taylor did. Fuck them all. Appreciate you guys. Love you guys genuinely and sincerely. Yeah, fun with a PHUN. Word to that. For sure. Love you guys. We'll be seeing you sooner than you think. Spring's right around the corner. I imagine we'll be popping up come springtime. And for us, even though that's a later on down the road type of thing, you know, April ain't a bad time. May ain't a bad time to be showing up here. We'll see how it goes. Leave it in the universe's hands. We're just putting everything we have into the music because that's been the priority this whole time on the channel, and it'll always be the priority in life. You know how that goes? Don't include me with the haters. I try to help you. Nah, man. You ain't no hater. You a participator. Appreciate you. Take care, everybody. Love y'all. Peace. Oh, let me get this louder so I could. So we'll do it like this. Maybe we'll maybe we'll just keep the live up and keep this playing on the live until it's over. What do you guys think about that? It's still got where we at? We're at the hour mark. Still got another hour left. Take it out and do music for an hour. Here, let's do this. We'll do this. How about this? Take this out. He said, do it. Do it. Why the fuck not? Hey, go out with a bang. Big bang. Alright. Y'all asked for it. I think it's on the right one. Never mind the visuals as long as the music's coming out good. We got on the volume. Good on the volume. All right, there we go. Cash App is in the corner if you guys want to donate. Not necessary if you guys really want to support us. Support our music. We're not looking for handouts. We're looking to take our work that we have made and do what it do. But yeah. The video matched. Word. I was talking in the original video. I cut down the audio. This was just when we got to Montana. We just got to Montana, following my mom's in her camper. She tried to rough it out there in Montana in a camper. Lasted a little bit. Some GoPro strapped to the head type shit. Yo. All right, I'll leave it up. On the Phantom. Can you believe this shit? See? The Phantom ain't all contention. We actually made some solid music with that fucking piece of gear. Flagship. Yo, Lil Tussin. Let me see if Lil Tussin wants to say goodbye to you guys. Get out of the seat. I'm gonna leave the music up live, so I'm gonna turn the mic off. But before I do, you want to say goodbye to the folks? We're getting off of YouTube for a while so we can handle our business.
See you in a while till the next live stream, everyone.
Okay, there you go. We'll leave this up for you guys.
No, I'll probably try my best to invade the next live stream.
You hungry for dinner, bud? Time to make little Tussin dinner. He's gonna eat some shit right now. Wow, 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 wow. Alright. I'll shut up so you guys could listen to this. Love you guys. Thanks for being part of this madness. Continuing to be a part of this madness. And we will showcase this journey, live or not live. You know, just because we're off camera, we'll get back on camera and showcase what we've been doing during our absence. And you best believe we're going to be just as active as we were in the beginning. This was the beginning too. Apple pie. Perfect timing. Lil Tussin. This was the beginning of the YouTube channel right here, was this song. Shout out to Rosie from the Fun Family banging on the pies. Enjoy the music, y'all, and the videos. Lil Tussin getting enjoyment. Take care, everybody.
Why do you need such a big slice? Why do you need such a big slice? such a big bite? Why do you need such a big slice? There's nothing left for the little guy. 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 Why do you need such a big slice?
them once, so we all feed it often. But there's discrepancies involved. People don't walk the walk, so others get the balk and think that everything is nonsense just because they never found the way in life. Try to navigate through lies and blame the failures on the other guys, which is why they decide to behave this way. It's insecurities, the emptiness inside of the brain. There ain't no critical thinking, living the life of a criminal. Take advantage of people, the evil's building inside of you. Really, dude, what the fuck? We used to be cool, but it was all a facade. You only wanted a piece from me too.
You think you know me, but only take what you see. Twist it, turn it into the bridge you're burning down. Now no longer friends, so it's fuck you instead. Eat shit, you bitch. There's nothing else to say to make me feel any different about it.
Cats from back in the day when they first started the channels. My second album was released. I opened a shop and then ran with it, managing a label, going on tour. In the industry for real, with a solid live performance at the stage, selling tickets every day, getting paid, doing music in moving units, making beats at the studio while I'm going to school. Was also making an album, doing live sound at the club, taking the bus to get around. Finally found my sound after all these years, fine to my ears enough to make it sound clear. I can take it up another level when I'm rapping out because I'm happy that I'm finally in the place I'm getting teaching to the man. Always try to test you, ain't time to get a piece. Don't pretend to be perfect because you never get a lead. In my head nobody lives rent free, I don't get two shits. What you think of this community?
You think you know me, but only take what you see. Twist it, turn it into the bridge you're burning down. Now no longer friends, so it's fuck you instead. Eat shit, you bitch. There's nothing else to say to make me feel any different about it. You think you know me, but only take what you see. Twist it, turn it into the bridge you're burning down. Now no longer friends, so it's fuck you instead. Eat shit, you bitch. There's nothing else to say to make me feel any different about it.
226, man. Man, I appreciate the super chat. That's a real big one. It's a real big one to go out to, man. I appreciate you. Thanks for hanging in there, being a part of this madness. Tussin getting up in there. Seriously appreciate it. Good way to start out the new year. Being it's only the 4th. Damn. It's funny because it's if I'm here doing this live. I'm just talking over me doing it. All these scenes are switching. When the inception is going on here. I'll shut up now. I don't know how much more of this is playing, but we're here for the duration. Appreciate you guys sticking through, being a part of this madness. Never mind the changes, they're all for the better. It's all progressive movement, you know? and a member. Appreciate you coming through. I think there's a couple more left on here before the video's out. Yeah, we finished out the stream. We were just like, we're just going to let it roll on the music. Hey, I still said there's going to be jams to be jamming. Whenever possible. It'll just be a long break from live streaming and being in other people's streams. Been quite active on this platform the last 4 years. Experience I wouldn't trade for the world. We got work to do. Yeah, I think I took a break for a while before I submitted this one. The Ewok Jam popped up and I was like, perfect, I just got this MPC. So I think it's this one and then like another one. It's like another one or two more after this. I think it's only this one and another one though. Appreciate you guys sticking around, enjoying some of the music. It's bugged out listening to this all together. I don't really do that very often. Just make music and move on. Purchase is arriving in 5 hours. Oh, what was it? What did you do? I'm gonna have to stick around for that. I might take a peek in. Panda for the win. Gonna get one of these NPCs right now. We did make some solid music with this Phantom for sure. Let's just say it's 5:45 a.m. Up to make drum breaks before this gets here. Ooh. Drum breaks. Well. I still think what I think it is. Solid move from the Panda. Regardless of what it is. Oh yeah, that's what it is. It's this piece, the next piece, and then it ends out with unlike and unsubscribe. Nice. Yeah, we just got to get our affairs in order and and do some house cleaning. Get some moving done, grease a few palms, put on a suit. And it roll. Still waiting on that Synthex clone from Behringer, you know. I'm still interested in that. Also be looking out for the Freaky Tussin sound pack for those who don't have a Mini Freak or the Mini Freak V. You will soon have access to these sounds of the Freaky Tussin.
Speaking of Freaky Tussin, I can meow. Meow.
That was awkward. What an odd thing to do. Meow it is, I guess. Tussing my way around in the Freaky Tussin sound pack. Yeah, so we'll have that available soon, so just keep an eye out in the Discord. I'll probably put a thing up for it content-wise. Trying to make things readily available because I was playing these sounds and I was like, yo, these sounds are hitting. We got to give people access who don't have access. So it's this one, this jam here, and then after this it's unlike and unsubscribe. So I will sign off and I will say my farewell on the other side of the music video. And it with some 3-box Moog. And then a little bit of contention afterwards. Indicative of the channel. All my mom's toys, by the way. We were just playing around with them for a little bit. One of these days she'll stack them up and enjoy her retirement.
called How to Avoid These Sack-Chasing Content Creators. All you do all day is lie with that stupid fucking smile, looking through the camera with a straight face and your eyes bugged out in the background, hating on your peoples cause you leverage all your friendships and don't consider your equals. Everything you do is focus, smoke screen, hocus pocus, mucus, stupid shit that y'all be saying, hoping to get some. Everything's a sales pitch. Why you shilling all the product, killing culture, yelling dojis in the game like they the vote. Wish I was joking, but I'm not. Your feet are soaking through your socks, your toes are poking through your crotch. You need to stop with all that nonsense. Every time you speak is awkward, shit is weak, your music's awful. Nobody cares about your books when all you're reading is the comment section. Unlike and subscribe cause you're telling people lies. Unlike and subscribe cause you're telling people lies. Unlike and subscribe cause you're telling people lies. Unlike and subscribe, unlike and subscribe, unlike and subscribe cause you're telling people lies. Unlike and subscribe cause you're telling people lies. Unlike and subscribe cause you're telling people lies. Why you telling people lies? Why you telling people lies? Just because you took it down on me, we didn't see it. No, deleting repeatedly doesn't make you a better person even. Fact, it means embarrassment and staring you in the face. Nobody cares if all you're gonna do is lie to your base. I get it, man, we all make mistakes, but you say some shit sober that makes us wonder about your loyalty to those who support you. That's why I'm saying no more. Sit up and back into rapping with better beats that you ever made. While you were asking for handouts, your channel vanished. You live in the shadows, managing ashes instead of passage. You're developing.
Thanks for coming through. We're gonna sign off too. This is the last song.
The pieces together, but it's all useless. We all got to see the real.
Ended out with a bit of contention.
Unlike and subscribe cause you're telling people lies. Unlike and subscribe cause you're telling people lies. Unlike and subscribe cause you're telling people lies. Unlike and subscribe, unlike and subscribe, unlike and subscribe cause you're telling people lies. Unlike and subscribe cause you're telling people lies. Unlike and subscribe cause you're telling people lies. Why you telling people lies? Why you telling people lies? Nobody's course is a drunk, it's wherever save your production. You need to learn how to function before you make an assumption. You never know who's on the other end until they reveal it. But when they do it, you refuse to look, you look like an idiot. How you gonna tell people how they should do music when you don't have any music and all you have is you acting stupid, foot in your mouth. Instead of being accountable, double down and race baiting cause you're too much of a coward. Sound relationships is a race to the bitch. You behave like this is bad for business. Not only do I not condone, I disown everything you stand for. Too much bitch ass ass. Your brand is can't say. That's why you're never gonna make it to the game you play. None of a face of a comment. Everything stay with your whack ass pieces and never hold. Wait, hold up. You mean to tell me that after all these years on YouTube as a beat maker, you still don't know how to make a decent beat?
Got him.
Unlike and subscribe cause you're telling people lies. Unlike and subscribe cause you're telling people lies. Unlike and subscribe cause you're telling people lies. Unlike and subscribe, unlike and subscribe, unlike and subscribe cause you're telling people lies. Unlike and subscribe cause you're telling people lies. Unlike and subscribe cause you're telling people lies. Why you telling people lies? Why you telling people? Unlike and subscribe cause you're telling people lies. Unlike and subscribe cause you're telling people lies. Unlike and subscribe cause you're telling people lies. Unlike and subscribe, unlike and subscribe, unlike and subscribe cause you're telling people lies. Unlike and subscribe cause you're telling people lies. Unlike and subscribe cause you're telling people lies. Why you telling people lies? Why you telling people lies?
Yep, there it goes. 4 years of music on YouTube. We got albums to make here, folks. Fun, hip hop dead, all that. I haven't been standing here the whole time either, by the way. Appreciate you guys sticking out here. And, yeah, you'll see us around. We're not quitting. I'm going to change the thumbnail to something less clickbaity-ish. But we will be taking an extended leave of absence for a while. And how long that while lasts will depend on what we get going over here. So appreciate you guys and gals, all the support. Love you guys. And yeah, take care, everybody. We'll see you on the next one, whenever that may be. Probably sooner rather than later. You know how this shit goes. Take care, y'all.